learned how to play Among Us because I'm a boomer, you know that.
I
So,
do, and
but
the stream should too. To be fair.
yeah, and that honestly, that's what I feel makes me perfect for casting these tournaments with old sets in them, being a Magic boomer and all.
Yes, you definitely carry the weight in that department for sure. Um, I also Jarvis sent me a message this morning that said he was bored and so he did this, and the picture was making Mythic. So well done, Jarvis.
Oh yeah, I just farmed everyone in Amonkhet Limited because I did play both of those limited Pro Tours, or those Pro Tours that had limited portions in them.
Nice.
It is a lot closer to Triple Amonkhet, so draft fast decks, people. That's all you
Yeah, I heard blocking is for chumps, so.
Yeah, blocking's for chumps.
So yeah, welcome on in. We're going to do another set roulette tournament. We're actually just joining everybody in round 4, so there's been 3 rounds already. So we know a little bit about what is shaping up and how people are doing. But we wanted to take this time just to quickly tell you what set roulette is, why you're even here. Obviously, it's for me and Jarvis, and later on Daquan, because we're all great. But the set roulette is a format that has been created by Pascal and the people at the Mythic Society. And it's really geared towards showing deck building skills. We're in a world right now where a lot of arena, a lot of standard, doesn't always reward the deck builders of past. And so we have, they've created this format. The main concept is that we're going to randomly draw 6 sets every month. So this is the 5th one. The sets we draw have some sort of logic behind them. There will always be 2 large sets or big sets. There'll be 3 small sets and 1 core set. The core set is a little vague because they weren't always called core set 2021. So there's some inconsistency there. But for the most part, we follow that rule. As I said, this is our 5th one, so we've done this 4 times before. Really seen a large variety of sets. This current drawing was drawn last Saturday, and the legal sets are as follows. So 7th edition, which, correct me if I'm wrong, that's our core set. Is that right, Jarvis?
That's correct. From a while ago.
Yes, a very long time ago. Then we have Return to Ravnica. There you go. I got it. I know that one. I started playing Magic during RTR. And then we're joined by Mirage, Nemesis, Judgment, and Mirrodin Besieged. Jarvis, do you want to just highlight what are some things you're thinking about of those 6 sets?
So the elephant in the room, Flash is legal in Mirage. So the first question is, what can you put into play with Flash? RTR has a very big creature, Rolled Spine Worm. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this one, Caroline.
I am. It's like 15 mana or something, right?
It's a large amount of mana that you don't plan on paying the difference. So Flash technically says you put into play, then if you pay the difference in mana costs, or if you pay the mana costs, then it stays in play. But since Royal Spine Worm has such a high mana cost, you don't do it. Flash Hulk was actually a legacy deck for about a month, then it got banned.
Wow.
Hulk, Protean Hulk Flash was a deck a lot of people remember. So that's why I think a lot of people gravitated toward that strategy for this tournament. It's not often you get to play what's essentially a banned legacy deck in a different format in a real tournament,
And we have seen that in the past couple set roulettes. There was a set roulette where we got to play with Mana Drain and Mind Twist, both cards that really are vintage level power of cards sometimes. So, and last time we had Kaladesh, which was basically a banned standard deck. So, we really swing through the levels over here. Yeah. We're going to spend some time maybe talking about specific deck lists in a little bit, Jarvis, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about what players are playing for. And I think round 4 is firing up as we're speaking. So players can play in this tournament. I should clarify. Players can play in this tournament if they are sub to this channel, which you're on right now. So if you're not subbed and you plan to play in the future, you should get on that. And they are playing for some Mythic Store, themythicstore.com store credit. So top 8 is where all the prizes are at. First, we'll get $200 for store credit. Pretty awesome. Second place gets $100. Third and fourth get $50 each. And 5th through 8 get $25. And this store is pretty sweet. You should go check it out. It has a large variety of Magic-related things, including Magic cards, the lame part about Magic. But more importantly, some sweet swag. Very similar to this sweater that I am currently wearing. This is a new sweater. I have a black one as well. And some other things like tank tops and all that jazz. But I think, oh gosh, I don't even know my own code. So there are toques, which are known as beanies to everybody else, but I call them toques. And I think, oh no, I think it's like the My Linguini, it gets you 10% off, but I'll go find out because this is so embarrassing that I don't know my own code on these awesome hats, which I have right here, but it's not a hat day with this hair, so I'm just showing you that it exists. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You should check it out. Awesome for them to give some really awesome prizes for a pretty fun event. Like Sunday afternoon, build up some new decks, go back in the past, join Boomer Jarvis in your Magic knowledge, and hang out with a little bit more of a Zoomer Caroline with less Magic knowledge, but still a great smile. So, what do you think, Jarvis? Are you excited?
I'm excited.
Okay. I can tell, I can feel the energy. You're so hyped. Mm-hmm. You got this. Okay. Are we ready, though? Did I stall long enough to get us to a match? What do we think? I am not hearing anything in my ear, and I'm not seeing anything, so we're ready. Okay. And let's see what we're going to do for round 4. We are going to head down to watch World Waker, which I actually don't know their real name, but I'll figure that out.
I think it's Philip. I can't pronounce the last name, but I believe he's on Grixis Flash.
Philip on Grixis Flash. Let me find out some knowledge for us. Gambling Grixis, is that the right one? Philip Strudel? Strudel?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're playing against Tim Pollard on Blue-White Control. I have to admit, I think of all the decks, you talked very briefly about Flash, but Blue-White Control is also just, generally a space that exists in a lot of these set roulette tournaments, but I think this one in particular has a lot of tools to make it pretty good. Have you looked at any of the Blue-White Control? Which we're going to look at a deck list, but I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I've looked at a little bit of the Blue-White Control decks. I think a lot of them splash green for Mirari's Wake or activating Crescent Verge. You'll see that for the Temple. So Crescent Verge is a colorless land that you can pay 2 tap sack to get a forest and a plains from your deck. So it's basically a rampant growth on a land.
Okay, we are showing, we're actually going to look at the Grixis deck, which is where we're going to be watching, so this makes sense. Yep. So this looks like a Flash deck to me. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Grixis deck is very much a Flash deck.
Well, it's very confusing because there's a green card in it, so I got mixed up. But I understand now.
Yeah. There's a green card. It's not really a green card because there's no way to cast it. And in fact, this deck has 2 ways of putting into play on the cheap. The other way is Stronghold Gambit, which is a staple of Blackguard Reanimator in Legacy, if you've seen that one before. Basically, what that card does is both of you pick a creature to show, and whoever's the more expensive creature gets to put it into play for free, and the other person doesn't get anything. So that's what's going on there. That's why it's Grixis, I think.
Okay. Should we watch the Magic, Jarvis?
Yeah, let's get to it.
Okay, so we we're gonna stop here and then we're gonna head into the match, but we actually are in the match. We are watching from Philip's side. What do you think? If Stream is watching, we're about to see a Flash get cast, but it did get countered. Is that normal? Do you think that's, you just jam your Flash there and hope for the best?
Yeah, you could have waited a turn to duress first, but every turn you wait, Detention Sphere becomes more of a problem.
Right.
Because one of the best answers to flashing in World's Fine Worm is to just Detention Sphere all of the worms that get made,
Makes sense. So this is really sort of the matchup that we've been talking about.
Okay. So this person, they wisely decided to play 3 main deck Rest in Peace, as you can see.
Is there another way to get the worm back? Is that what I'm missing?
This person has Stronghold Gambit to put into play on the cheap. We'll see if they see one off the sleight of hand. No, just a Persecute.
Sorry, can you kind of catch us up a little bit? Why is getting rid of the graveyard important in this matchup?
So what World's Final Worm actually says is when it dies, put 3 5/5 worms into play.
Oh.
Rest in Peace stops that from happening completely. So, in fact, I know that another testing team, the Jacob testing team, thought Rest in Peace was going to be a huge issue for that reason.
Got you. And then what were you saying about the red card?
So Stronghold Gambit lets you put the worm into play if your opponent doesn't have a card that costs the same amount of mana to show.
Okay, we did draw another flash. But this doesn't work now because of the recipes. Is this it for the Grixis deck in game 1? Can we win?
Well, you can win. What you have to do is just here's the Stronghold Gambit.
Okay.
So what this requires is for the worm not to get killed by like a Wrath of God effect, like Supreme Verdict or actual Wrath of God or Detention Sphere.
Okay, we got a worm into play.
Our opponent showed us a Mirari's Wake.
Okay, we did mention that in other lists. I didn't see green in their list, but I also wasn't looking very closely. Oh, this is the one that gets basics, right? The tap land that just came into play?
No, it can get dual lands.
Dual lands.
It says search for forest or plains, so you can get Temple Garden or Hallow Fountain.
Nice. Busted. Okay, so this is like a discard effect, Persecute?
Yeah, so Persecute, originally printed in Urza's Saga, you name a color and they discard all cards of that color. A really powerful card.
That's so cool.
I want to bring up why it's in the deck. I think just knowing that your blue-white controls the likely second most popular deck, Persecute's a really powerful weapon versus them.
So we actually took that game.
Yeah. I mean,
that was awesome. I actually was kind of worried that we were just out, but drawing that the Stronghold Gambit really pulled us forward.
Yeah,
putting a big old 15/15 into play.
So, can I go over some specifics of why I think this Grixis version makes a lot of sense? Burning Wish is really powerful. It gives you more copies of Stronghold Gambit, but it also gives you more copies of Persecute. And for like aggro decks, I think you saw a mono white deck you liked. Massacre is a really, really powerful card versus mono white decks.
So can you talk a little bit about the wish concept? Because for a Magic Sumer, for example, we don't really have wishes. We have something slightly different these days. So you can talk a little bit about that.
You have Fae of Wishes. The concept's really similar, actually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Literally, Fae of Wishes is a callback to the wishes because it has the word wishes in the name.
Nice. Okay. But there was. There was a full cycle, right?
Yeah. There's actually, and then there's Glittering Wish and Future Sight, and there's a few others. But what's going on here is really they wanted more copies of Stronghold Gambit, and they also wanted maybe a removal spell that they could get easily. I think it makes a lot of sense to build your deck this way, and props to them for putting red into the deck instead of a heavier blue component.
Okay. So we're going to head down to game 2 with Philip versus Tim. Our opening hand, so from my point of view, our opening hand has Flash and the Big Worm and some interactions. So I'm feeling great. Am I right to feel great?
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. What's actually going to happen here is I think Tim's hand is going to be torn apart by these discard spells. Then we're going to play Flash with Dispel backup.
Okay, so we're not jamming on this turn?
No, because your opponent has Dispel, so if you play it this turn, you just get Dispelled.
I have a question, it's probably not possible, but is there an interaction with Cabal Therapy in your graveyard and Worm being flashed in where you can use it to Cabal again?
No, the problem is I think the trigger goes on the stack after the Flash resolves.
Okay.
And also the Worm just won't be in play by that point because the Flash forces you to sacrifice a permanent if you can't pay as part of the spell resolving.
Gotcha. Okay. I figured that was the case, but with Magic, you never really know. So I thought, I know Cabal Therapy has a bonus deck, so I might as well just ask.
Flash is a card that they can't really print nowadays, I think.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Unfortunately, someone explained to me the purpose of the Flash card. The idea of printing it was to say, okay, you can give your creatures Flash by, just using this card and your creature, because the way it works is it asks you to pay the mana cost of the card -2, because that's what you paid for Flash. But they're like, oh wait, Magic players are kind of great, and we make everything way more powerful than you meant it to be, so we broke this card. That's what I felt happened.
Yeah, I think it didn't get broken until it got unbanned in Legacy, essentially, or got errataed. Basically, it used to have different wording, and I think the changing of the wording actually broke it. That's what happened.
Here's what I'm saying here. So we have, our opponent's hand is 2 Wraths. We take 1. I was wondering, do we flash here and then use one of the worms to Cabal Therapy the other Wrath? Does that work?
It does work. I think what you're actually more likely to see happen is the Stronghold Gambit being cast, okay. But we'll see how Philip wants to play it.
Okay.
Yep, and this makes sense to me because if you do it this way, they have to have a Wrath for your first worm. You hit them for 15, then you Cabal Therapy them after hitting them for 15.
Oh, so I don't know if you noticed that, but there's
okay, they are doing the thing you described.
They are doing my thing. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
So there is still 1 Wrath in the hand, but we're about to Cabal it away? Or no, we didn't.
No.
We thought
you saw them clicking on the therapy, clicking the target, then deciding not to do it. So.
Okay, cool.
Unfortunately, I think making a 1/1 Pegasus per turn is not going to line up super well versus a 15/15 Trampler.
Yeah, I Zoomer over here, 15 trample, 1 blocker. It's not looking great.
No.
There is still the Wrath, though, so we are going to get Wrath this turn.
I think you have to do that because every time you do that, then you draw a Detention Sphere or another Wrath next turn. It works out well for you.
Okay. I have a little question about the enchantment in play since we have some time. I noticed it's been spitting out Pegasuses and then they go away. So what does this enchantment do?
So it's Sacred Mesa. At the beginning of your upkeep, you have to sacrifice Sacred Mesa unless you sacrifice a Pegasus. It has the ability 1 and a white, create a 1/1 flying Pegasus.
So is the idea that once you have a lot of mana, you can be making 4 or 5 Pegasi?
Yeah.
Pegasuses?
Yeah.
I don't know. I got nothing.
But both work.
Okay.
It's okay. Yeah, it's an interesting inclusion. I think Sacred Mesa shines at most in control mirrors because it's a cheap threat you can sneak under counter magic.
Makes sense. So one thing I want to cover here, we've covered it before in other tournaments, and I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page. Because this is an open decklist tournament, as most events are these days on the internet, it is totally fine for opponents to go in between and while playing matches to go back into Melee, and Melee describes and displays, I should say, decklist very well. So that is what you'll see people doing, and we do have people sharing their full screen due to Discord being not fun. So that is what you're seeing, and that's what's kind of going on there. What did we name with therapy?
So we named Wrath of God. I think World Waker 2 was checking how many Wraths are left to get, or 2 Worms Wrathed, and seeing which one was more likely. Like whichever one has more copies of, you just name that one.
Okay. So right now our hand from Philip, was not a lot going on. Luckily, 10 power in play. It really just does it. So that it's actually all from that match. That was the Grixis Flash deck beating the blue-white deck. Hopefully, we'll likely see that matchup again. We'll see if there's different results this time. I have predictions that we'll just see it again and again, and maybe more.
I believe we will. I have been corrected by chat that Stronghold Gambit technically puts the cheapest card into play, not the most expensive card. I couldn't remember, because actually what generally happens is you only cast it when your opponent has no creatures in hand.
Okay, I have found another match for us to watch if anyone has any objections. Oh, okay, let's go to feature 3. We're going to watch Ty.
Ooh. So it appears to be Mono Black Invect versus Jund. But
this is the Mono Black deck that you talked to us about.
Yeah. But it just ended because apparently we can't beat Sword of Feast and Famine as a Jund deck.
Okay, so let's go to... Okay, got it. We're, chat, just follow us along around the internet.
Oh, okay.
We'll eventually find some magic. Oh, look! 3/5/5 worms attacking.
I believe this is the same Grixis Flash deck.
This is the same list?
Yeah, it looks very similar, if not exactly the same.
What's the mono blue deck we're playing against?
I think it's also mono blue flash.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, they're just more controlling. They have a few more cantrips. They have a card that's near and dear to my heart, which is Flash of Insight.
This Persecute is going to be really good against the mono color deck. I know how that works.
Yeah.
I got it. I figured it out, Jarvis.
Yeah, no, Persecute is the best hoser versus a monocolor deck if you cast it before they kill you. For obvious reasons.
So, okay, I have a question. How does mono blue deal with a board of 3 worms?
In this format, Hibernation is legal, which is a 2 and a blue instant, which returns all green permanents to owner's hands.
And are people playing that card? That is so specific.
This person could be playing it because they have Cunning Wish in their deck.
Gotcha.
So you could Cunning Wish for it. And
what's this card that just got cast?
It's Flash of Insight. It's X1 in a blue, look at your top X cards and put 1 into your hand. It also has flashback, 1 in a blue, exile X blue cards from your graveyard and flash it back and do the same thing.
Wow, is that counter target sorcery? That is so specific.
Yeah.
This mono blue deck has a lot of counters.
Well, what would you expect from a mono blue deck?
Yeah, that is fair. I don't know. These days I expect a lot of merfolks that attack me for 2.
Well, what about getting attacked for 15 instead?
Yeah. Okay, looks like we do have our results here as well. What a surprise! All these worms are just ending our day.
Yeah, it's been going fast.
Let's see, do we... Oh, I think we might have one more. I'll go scout it out and let you know. Oh, we do not. Okay. I believe that is all we have. Oh, was Ty done? Oh yeah, Ty was done. Okay, so we are finished. Unfortunately, we have like 10 featured players, and we're all resolved for that round, which does mean we get to take a great break. I estimate it will be. Let me check how many matches are remaining. It might be a little bit of a longer break because unfortunately we are out of matches to watch, but we'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll see everyone for round 5. And I will be here and Jarvis will not. Bye-bye.
Bye.
remaining? Okay, welcome on back, everybody. Welcome on back. We have brought you back. We're actually still in round 4. We actually still have like 7 matches remaining in round 4. But that's okay because we're going to wow you with another skill that we have, which other than being awesome, is vamping. No. So we realized, it's a lot of dead time. Our rounds were super fast that we had coverage access to. So in the meantime, we actually dug into some deck lists. And so the first deck list that I really want to dig into, also I should introduce, this would have been great to do in the beginning, but we are joined by Power Dragon, aka Daquan. Daquan, how is your afternoon so far?
So far it's great. I got to play some Commander earlier, so I got warmed up on my whole Magic morning. And then I'm here just to talk about some old cards, which is always fun because I haven't, except for in Commander, I really haven't gotten to play with a lot of these. So it's cool to see what other people put together.
Okay, Daquan, I have a question that the stream is dying to know. Boomer or Zoomer?
I am definitely a boomer.
Okay.
I've been playing Magic since late 94, early 95. So
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely a paper boomer. There's no really splitting hairs there. I mean, I'm on the boomer side for sure.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's just jump into one deck list that's been standing out, has a decent record so far. The player is in our feature area, so hopefully we'll get to see them at some point. But this is Black Infect. Have you had a chance to look at this at all, Daquan?
Yeah, I did just briefly, honestly, and I'm kind of, I want to say part of me is surprised, but part of me isn't. Because, Infect makes it a lot easier to get somebody to 0 effectively.
Oh, yeah.
And you have the right cards available to be able to do it. So, I mean, you don't have a lot of Infect creatures, but the ones you have are pretty effective.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm used to these, modern, maybe legacy, maybe Infect decks that have, the 1-drop and the 2-drop Infect creatures. Unfortunately, here we're digging a little deeper we have a 2-drop that's colorless. We have a 3-drop that has First Strike, Pro Red, and Pro White, which is a decent start. And then we also have a 4-drop, which is a lot. And it's a huge creature. It's actually a 4/5. So this is Phyrexian Vat Mother. And at the beginning of our upkeep, we get a poison counter. So we got to be fast with this one. So this deck feels a lot different than what I'm used to when I think of an Infect deck. There's some things that are pretty interesting. There are some swords in this deck. So Sword of Feast and Famine. We have a living weapon. So basically, we're not going the pump spell route. We're going more the equipment route, which, a little bit different. And then Tanglewire. Man, that is a card. I only really know this card from Cube. How do you feel about Tanglewire in this deck?
I remember playing Tanglewire in Standard a long time ago.
Oh, wow.
There was a mono green deck that actually played Tanglewire, and you were just returning people's lands to their hand, destroying lands. And then you basically end up keeping your opponent tapped down for a few turns. And that's kind of the role it's playing in this type of deck is you have basically a limited number of creatures, but you only need to connect a couple of times. So if you can get your opponent's stuff tapped down, then great.
Right. And I do know this part, that artifacts, especially equipments, can tap. So I do play paper Magic, or I used to before the world went the way it is, but I would always attack with my creature and tap both things, both the equipment and the creature, which is really technically incorrect. But it's really relevant here because in Tanglewire matchups, you can tap your Sword of Feast and Famine, for example, if it's on a creature.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
You can tap Tanglewire.
Yes, that's a free one already. So you have a little bit of advantage in that sense. So that's pretty cool. Very interesting. Oh, there's an Inkmoth Nexus, of course, too.
The other thing too I'll say about this is this kind of highlights the fun part about the format, right? Because something even like Phyrexian Vat Mother, you wouldn't play in a normal Infect list.
Right.
But here, where you're limited on cards, you're like, okay, well, this seems like a strong strategy. This is what's available, so this is what I got, and I think that's kind of the fun part about this.
Yeah, I do have some concerns about how you feel about facing down 3/5/5 worms, but I guess that's something we'll just have to see as we are in the matches. But
well, how you do it.
Oh, I was going to highlight, but go
sword is
ahead.
protection from black and green.
Nice.
And those are green worms.
I like it, and also I do see 4 Cabal therapies and 4 duresses. So, there's some avenue to getting rid of that combo before you even have to face it. So, pretty cool strategy. I know that Ty brought here today, and we do have Ty in the feature match area, so we will hopefully see this at some point. I'd love to jump over to another list if we're able to, and that's the mono red list by Sandy Dog or Brandon Burton. I haven't looked at this at all, to be fair. But I do know that they are 3-0 when we last checked, and mono red. It's a deck. It's always a deck. I'm seeing a lot of 1-drops that are not necessarily all red. So some of those include Rakdos Cacular, Blister Coil Weird, and Niv Magus Elemental. Some classic cards I know a lot of people have spent a lot of time trying to make good and maybe don't always get there, but we're in a unique world, so we get to play with these cool cards. What's standing out for you on this deck?
Yeah, I'll say like the Rakdos Cackler, totally fine. Even when it was standard legal, people played it. It's a 2/2 for 1 when with Unleash. The thing is, though, the Niv Magus Elemental is the one everybody's trying to get a payoff on. Like,
everybody has tried this card
since day one, since it came out, right? And you'll see a list where you're like, okay, I guess this is the time I'll try this or whatever. And it's got a couple of copies as a courtesy, just trying it out.
Yeah.
But here it might actually do a little bit of work.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I appreciate this. One card I don't know is this Volcanic Hammer.
Volcanic Hammer is
a lightning strike?
It's just a 3. Yeah, it's basically just a 3 damage spell. Okay. 2 mana for 3 damage. And then, again, kind of highlighting the format, you have the card here like Mana Clash, right?
Yeah, I was just reading that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a coin flip card, but really, I would assume Brandon's playing this just hoping to get like 2 damage off of it, right? Like if you can get 2 damage for 1 mana, solid, right? But there's going to be times where you're like, okay, we flipped, and it's like, oh, okay, well, we're done.
Wow. Okay. I do see Lava Dart. That's a card I've been playing recently in some older formats, so it's pretty cool. We do have our basic, 1 mana, 2 damage shock, and we have another 3 damage lightning bolt.
Yeah.
So that's 2 mana lightning bolt. That's what I should say. Okay. So what do you think? Can this deck get across the finish line?
I think it can, but I mean, because some of the other decks we're seeing are a little bit slower. Some are trying to go bigger with some of their spells as well. So this is the type of deck that can punish somebody for getting the slower parts of their draw. Like, if you get stuck with a couple of those worms in hand, well, then it's possible they can get you to 0 before you get to utilize it. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out against a couple of those decks. But I feel like we're kind of coming into a world where he's going to run into a lot of the flash decks, which I think could be a little bit of an issue depending on which way they go.
So I will say, digging into the sideboard, I discovered 2 really fun things. So one, Brandon does have ensnaring bridges in on sideboard, and this is not an uncommon thing to see from a powerful aggro deck. Pivoting into the idea that, hey, your bigger creatures can't attack. Maybe my little 1/1s can still get in there, or finish you off with some burn damage. But we have ensnaring bridge. But we have this other card, which is called. Is it Sirocco?
Yeah, Sirocco.
Oh, this card is sweet. I was just reading it. So it's target player reveals their hand to all players. For each blue interrupt, I believe that's instant, right? Blue instant?
Yeah, it's been updated to instant.
Then that player may choose to either pay for life or discard that card. So this is, I don't even know. Is Flash an instant? I guess it must be, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's here for Flash, but that's pretty cool. I like it.
It's real powerful. And if you were looking over the set, you kind of knew there were going to be a fair amount of people bringing blue into this event. So I'd assume he's going to get to sideboard this in probably 3 out of the next 4 matches, that he plays. So there's definitely going to be some uses for this card, for sure. And it puts your opponent with a bad choice early too. If you play it on turn 2. Well, they may be looking at, okay, do I take 12 damage? Or what do I get rid of here,
I love it. Okay, well, I have some great news. As much as I love this deck list and just chatting some deck lists with you, Daquan, we actually will have some magic for us shortly. Round 4 has resolved. We have round 5 pairing as we are talking right now. So we are going to wait and hear from where we're going. which I don't know where that is yet, but that's okay. Why don't I grab some standings? Where can I do this? Standing Swiss? Okay. So I can update us a little bit. Oh, this only has 4 times. Yeah. So this has round 4 standings. So we do have Tim and, okay, what are they playing? Unfortunately, one issue with Melee is that not everyone labels their deck. So I have to quickly pull up. We have Tim Hatch is doing well
Can I give a courtesy message to everybody? Like, if you play in any events, especially using Melee or anything online, just give your deck a normal name. Like, it makes life so much easier for people in production. It makes it easier for us as casters. And it also makes it better for you, because if you ever want to be featured or have somebody talk about your deck or put you on coverage, it's easier to do that when we know what deck you're actually playing. When you put a bunch of words that are meaningless to us or don't put a label at all, you just slow down the process and reduce the odds that you get any exposure for being awesome and picking a cool deck.
Yeah, I completely agree. So Tim Hatch is on a blue-green flash deck and is 4-0. We have Lev on Sultai Worm, which I'm going to assume is some sort of flash deck as well. And we have our feature for this round is Brandon Burton, which, as you may have recalled from about 3 minutes ago, is on Mono Red, which is fantastic that we looked after their deck list, because we're going to be featuring this round. So as they get started, they are 4-0 as well. And we have last round, who we did watch, Philip, on Gambling Grixis, which is it is a flash deck, but it is playing with Grixis colors and has a green for the worm, of course. And that has a couple of different ways to get the worm into play, which is pretty cool. And they're also 4-0. So let us head down. Let's see how we're doing. Looks like I'm last to the party as usual. Still haven't quite started that game, but that's okay. They are going to be playing against, let me go figure that out for us too. They're going to be playing against, the other 4-0 that I just kind of talked about, Lev Dukenko. I'm great at this. Fantastic. They are playing the Sultai Worm, which I guessed was some sort of flash worm deck, which it is. Do you know a little bit about this deck list? Have you checked it all? I don't see.
But I can look at it right now.
Oh, okay. We got black. Okay, so we're playing the Sultai side, so we have Duress. We have, all the typical blue cards, including Flash. We have our green for the Worm. And then we're really playing a counter war. So we've got 4 Dazes, 3 Dispels, 3 counter spells. Didn't even know that was in the format. We have 4 counter spells. It didn't display very well. Sorry. And we have a little bit of tutoring and a little bit of wishing, but not a ton. Oh, we're also playing 4 Dispel because,
And there's 3 Judges Familiars, which almost work as counters.
I skipped over that because I didn't remember what it did.
Yeah, so there's a lot there. Like, they are really all in on trying to resolve one of these flashes, get a World Spine Worm down, and really go to town.
Okay, we are actually literally in the middle of matchmaking. I can see Sandy Dog is pulling up the match, inviting over his opponent. And we're going to go and we're going to watch some red magic. I'm excited. This is something
I'm all about any type of aggro deck. So if you're going to put me with an aggro deck, I love it. Especially when our choices are so many of these like flash combo-y style decks. It's cool that we do have a deck undefeated that's actually just turning small creatures sideways to try to win.
Yes. For those that don't know, Brandon Burton is pretty popular and famous for playing a red strategy, and unsurprisingly, I should say, very good at it and puts out lots of results. So I'm very excited to, when someone has a niche and they find it in a thing like Set Roulette, that's pretty cool to me. It's clear that they've paid attention to the set. They've picked all the cards they like, and here we go. We're going to watch some magic. I really hope that was going to time out so much better than I was expecting it to. Darn it.
I mean, honestly, though, I will say this. Like, for people who don't know, you can find Brandon, even on Twitch. He normally streams a few times a week under Sandy Dog MTG. And he is probably, as far as accessibility, if you just want to find somebody, if you play red decks or play, Boros-style aggro decks or whatever, go watch his channel. Like, you will see some really wild plays. You will see somebody who understands the aggressive side of red, for sure. Probably the best player to learn from if you just want to learn how to play the red cards. I mean, I know a lot of people say, it's just red, it's dumb. You're just trying to, count to 20 or whatever. But I've seen him pull out of some really, really rough spots playing the games he's played. So definitely somebody I would give credit to for just being a master of a particular genre.
Yes, I completely agree. Not related to Twitch chat production. There is a message for you to start our round, please, so we can get that going. Yes, I completely agree. I love Sandy Dog. Okay, I'll just say it. I got you. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay, we have let the players know that they can start. Oh, I don't think I tagged them correctly. Hopefully that's okay. And we'll get them going. So yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup. This will be really good.
All right.
So one thing, it's okay. So we're in a call with all three of our casters, and Jarvis is messaging us in Skype, letting us know that while I was talking about Ensnaring Bridge and how great it is against worms, there's a combo that I missed, because of course I missed it. There's another card in Sandy Dog's sideboard called Grafted Skullcap, and it says at the beginning of your draw step, draw a card, and then at your end turn, discard your hand. So this plays quite well into the Ensnaring Bridge plan. So I thought it was a good thing to mention so that we're all on the same page. And while I'm there, we have Magic to watch. So that's really exciting.
We do.
Okay, so I will say, unfortunately, it looks like Sandy Dog did mulligan to 5, 6, 7? No, never mind. We just played a lot of spells.
Yeah, he's going to be playing spells quick here with his hand.
I thought we mulliganed and I was sad, but...
Yeah, he opened with the Cackler there, which obviously was going to be 2/2. Not a surprise.
Cool.
And there's a familiar that probably isn't going to do too much blocking, but we'll see. There may be a point where he will be blocking with that familiar here in a couple turns.
So I assume after this Cackler attacks, we're just going to throw out some more friends, some more 1/1s, 1/2s.
Yeah, I would think you throw out the Niv Magus Elemental and a Blister Coil Weird, probably.
Okay. Looks like we're definitely playing one of the weirds. We might be playing the second one. It's hard to tell. We're paused at the moment.
I think he's just thinking about which one he wants to roll out.
Of course, yeah. It's very funny to me that this is a mono red deck, but I'm like, but there's so many other colors. I see blue, I see black. These are all from Ravnica, right? This was a cycle of cards. We see 3 of the cycle here in play, right? The Vermilion, the Blister Coil, and the Cackler are all part of that cycle, I think. I want to say.
All right, so what are we doing here? We're
going upstairs.
Cast a hammer. Yeah, exactly. Just send it at the opponent. Put them down to 15.
So yeah, we can.
They may want to counter this though.
Yeah, I can't tell. Well, we can pay, right? Because it's sack. It's a days effect for the Judge's Familiar.
Yes.
So we do have the mana to pay for it, but I don't know. Blocking saves a lot more damage, or I guess it saves less damage if you block.
Oh yeah, I was assuming just from hand if you were going to counter.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Like a counter from the hand. Okay, well we're coming in with our 2/2s. They were 1/1s, but we have changed them. We've evolved them, and now we're going to throw out our another 1 power creature. And so, okay, let's actually talk about. Ooh, speaking of days. We did get days. I did want to talk a little bit about what Niv Magus Elemental does, because who knows? So you exile an instant or sorcery from your graveyard, and then you put 2 counters on it? Is that what happens?
No, you exile an instant or sorcery spell you control.
Oh.
So basically, it's on the stack.
Oh. This seems so much harder and less fun. Wow, I really didn't understand that card at all. Okay. Here we are.
It's definitely different. It's a unique card.
Okay, I thought it was just from the graveyard. I was like, oh, this sounds easy. Okay, well, it's not in play, so we don't have to worry about it. So instead, let's talk about our Blister Coil Weird. So getting some triggers again, becoming 2/2s. They will keep doing this for a while, I assume.
Yeah, and now this is interesting because we're going to go ahead and try this Mana Clash and I guess just try to see what we get off of it. And it is going to pump both of the Blister Coil Weirds.
Nice. I like it. And if we sack Vermilion to counter it, that's just lethal across the board. So
yep. Let's
flip some coins. I have no idea how to tell what happened. Okay, it didn't do any damage.
Yeah.
Okay, that's less fun. That card's... Oh, no.
That will probably happen a few times today.
Okay. So what are you clashing? You're flipping the top of your deck? Is that what's happening? Oh, you're rolling coins. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Clash is like a keyword, right? In Commander, I think. So I got a little mixed up.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I totally forget that sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, well, we have a bunch of
it's 3 damage, or 4 damage actually. So I'm assuming this is just over here. As long as Brandon doesn't magically misclick for some reason.
Flash is a possibility, right?
Yeah.
So now, okay, so I do like the fact that we only blocked with one thing, to kind of say like, hey, now I still have 2 creatures that can maybe get over the finish line.
Yeah, and honestly, that's very smart from Brandon. Like, he understood Flash is here. Like, I know they can put something into play. They can make 3 blockers. I don't want to lose my whole board, so let me just go ahead and give up 1 creature here.
Makes sense.
This just comes through. No blocks.
But unfortunately, there are still 2 blockers. However, we do have burn spells in our deck, like this one.
There's one of them.
Hopefully, it can resolve. There is a Dispel that has probably not been used yet. Sorry, I should say that our opponent has access to Dispel. And this would be an instant, but excuse me. But we'll see how this goes. Okay, another 5. We got lots of life. This will be fine.
Also,
don't you worry.
Look at it, how patient he's being here. Like, he could have fired it off on his turn, but you know what? Let me wait. We'll try it at some other point. See if we can get their mana tapped down. If they try to cast something, if not, maybe I play it and they counter, and then I could fire off the next thing on my turn.
So yeah, I wonder if he's gonna hold it again.
Yeah, giving himself the maximum time to really resolve this.
Okay. Oh. Whoa, okay, wow. We got 2 now.
Wow.
So, next turn, we actually are taking lethal if all the worms swing out. So, the game of chicken is going to come to an end, and we are going to have to cast some spells. Okay, so we're going for the upkeep plan. Oh, okay, for some reason I thought it cost 3 mana, and I got confused. But okay, so we got the Dispel, which, we did talk about.
Yep.
Let's see if we can dodge the daze. That one I'm a little more worried about. The suspense is killing me.
Oh, you had it. Just
counter spell. Yep. Okay, and that I believe is lethal. These are 3/3s. Okay, so it's actually not lethal this turn, but
exactly.
I don't think things will go too well for us. I guess we get one more draw step. Okay, actually, hold on.
I got 2. If he draws a burn spell, that's it.
If we got the burn spell, one more off the top, we will win this match. Or sorry, this game. This is only game 1.
You know what I want for the good sweat? I want him to draw Mana Clash.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no! Oh, unfortunately, that is not a burn spell. That is one of our only other creatures in the deck. A great card, but not in this spot. So that does put the Flash deck winning, and we're going to head to the sideboards. So...
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It is, yeah. Out of all the sideboards, we did look at Sandy Dogs a lot. What do you think his plan is here? Like, it's got to involve Ensnaring Bridge of some kind. Probably that blue card. What's it called?
Sirocco? Yeah.
Sirocco?
Yeah.
I imagine it involves that in some capacity. Do you think he brings in the full, bridge combo with the discard your hand thing?
I don't know, honestly. And I think that's going to probably just be a personal preference for Brandon. It's like, I would be less inclined on the play. I would probably just go for just more damage. And then maybe if I was on the draw, I might consider that. But this is going to be a hard one to figure out. I mean, and this is what I was saying earlier. I was a little concerned that, can this deal with 3 more rounds of Flash decks? I don't really know. But I would probably just go heavier on damage on the play and then maybe try to go with the bridges on the draw. But
okay.
I will totally admit that if anybody's going to make a better red deck decision than me, it's going to be this guy.
Totally fair. Cool. So we have sort of predicted this. So, the Ensnaring Bridge did come in. The Siroccos came in. We brought out those Mana Clashes as fast as we could ever bring out a card. We also did bring out the Gutter Snipes. Cool card, but I think a little slow in this matchup, especially with a lot of counter spells and dazes floating around. So that has come out. And we did not bring in the other 4-mana enchantment that discards your hand, but I think that makes sense. We do need burn. We do need to cross the finish line some way.
It'd be interesting, too, to see if he sides out the Mana Clashes kind of throughout the day. If they're just sort of like a reasonable card to play, but nothing he really wants. So he always has 2 slots that he can give up to sideboard cards potentially.
Makes sense. So we did keep this 6. We kept, a 1 mana creature, some of our sideboard cards, and some damage as well. So we'll have that Niv Magus Elemental come into play, and maybe Caroline will actually get to understand this card at some point. Who knows? Stay tuned to find out.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see what happens here. Okay, so there wasn't a Judge's Familiar. So then it's like, do you try to, do you go for Sirocco here? Like, maybe.
So, okay, I have a question. Let's say I go for Sirocco and my opponent casts Daze. Can I then exile the spell on the stack to give it 2 counters?
I would believe so, yes, because you still control it, and it has not, neither of the spells has resolved yet.
Okay, so that has to be one of the bonuses to this card in the deck, right? Like, it just, if your opponent has a ton of counter spells, you're kind of like, okay, I get 2 counters out of this spell. So that's pretty cool. Looks like our opponent is casting an end-step Mystical Tutor. Search your library, instant sorcery, and put on top. I have not played with a lot of tutors other than, again, Cube, so pretty cool to see that happen.
Yeah, way back when, I think it was it Mirage or whatever, where those were out originally, there was a whole cycle for every color. So you had like Enlightened Tutor that got an enchantment, Worldly Tutor that got a creature, Mystical Tutor that got a spell. I can't remember what the other ones were. Actually, no, they came later. There was only 3 because eventually you got Vampiric Tutor and I guess Gamble or something.
So we have passed back to Sandy Dog's turn again. We drew a shock for turn. We're trying to decide, we were talking about, do we want to do Sirocco? Looks like we're just going to go straight into combat, straight into maybe some worms. Worms
Sad but
coming
true.
Our way. Ooh, looks like we are being flashed. So we can't really Sirocco in response. It doesn't do anything, right?
I mean,
we're going to.
Yeah, you can, but you're still going to have a hard situation here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we didn't draw that land because so we did get 2 cards out of our hands, right? Oh no, they can choose to discard it or pay for life.
Yeah, they can take the damage or discard the cards.
We really needed this Ensnaring Bridge to resolve, so this would have been a pretty good turn to draw a mountain and try and sneak it in after the flash came down, but unfortunately that didn't happen. It looks like we did discard a Dispel, or our opponent discarded a Dispel, but they did pay for life for the counter spell. So we're about to be wormed, and I think that's it. Yeah. I think Brandon has seen the writing on the wall, played this matchup a little bit, and knows that cannot win from there. So that does bring Brandon up to 4-1. It does bring you back to us and our beautiful faces. And we're going to dig around and find you some more coverage to watch. Hopefully a little bit more than last time. Okay, so we're going to head up. Earlier when we were looking over deck lists, we looked over a mono black Infect deck, and guess what? They are in a match. I don't know what game, but they are playing, and we're going to go watch them. So I'm pretty excited. We do have an Infect creature in play. This was the pro white one. First strike. Just took on a Pack Rat and didn't lose, so that's exciting.
Yeah, we all hate Pack Rats. That card was a menace for a little bit.
I didn't know. Sorry, I didn't get the memo pre coverage because I actually kind of like Pack Rat as a card.
Oh, it's totally fine.
I played Standard during that era, like during the Pack Rat era, but I did not venture too far into the mono black deck, so don't have a ton of I didn't play against it a bunch. I didn't play it a bunch, so I don't have a ton of hatred for it. But I can understand how it was a bit of a menace back then. So one thing I want to note from Ty's side is we're actually playing all of this off one land. And one of the ways we're doing this is Dark Ritual, which is awesome. It's pretty cool that we're still in this game somehow off one land. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, Dark Ritual's a pretty good card. Yeah, it's one of those ones I think we all know is good. You forget about it, but then something like this comes up and you're like, oh yeah, that was in the core set. I can play that.
Yeah. And that's great. That's an awesome highlight because we did talk about how we built this format, and that's randomly picking 6 sets, and one of those sets will be a core set. We do trick you a little bit because not all core sets were labeled core set 2021. So we're playing with 7th edition, which was a core set of its kind. And I assume that's where it's from. I don't really know.
Yep. That's the thing. Like for boomers, that's how sets used to be labeled. So the core set's a new thing. That's a newfangled thing from
that's
6
a Zoomer
years
thing.
ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. Showing my Zoomer skills. That's okay. But yeah, I know mostly about 8th edition because that's the start of modern, if I'm correct. Maybe 9th edition, 8th edition, right? Blood Moon and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting block here, actually. It looks like we're just trying to block to reduce as many of these rats on the table as we can, and that was not successful, obviously, because we were able to make another rat on top of everything else.
Yeah, unfortunately. So we're at 6 infect. So if we could get across the finish line, we're getting close, but it's just not enough at the moment. And we did draw a cool card. Tangle Wire, has some effect, especially against a card that needs 3 mana to make another rat. Fortunately, we are out of mana. Our Dark Rituals only got us so far, and we are likely to not make it through this turn, I think.
Yeah, because you can just make another rat even. So, and that's kind of the tough part when you do keep those hands that are just 1 or 2 lands with your Dark Rituals, right? If you don't get any more lands for later in the game, you can't have situations like this happen where you just get stuck.
So I believe if we don't block the current 4/4 rat, we will just lose because another rat will come in. So we do have to block the 4/4 rat, which means we will not die this turn. We would go down to 2. But with both of our creatures out of commission from this block. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those ones where you're blocking. You've lost. You just haven't gotten the L on the paper yet.
Yeah, this is giving us lethal across the finish line, though. So we are going to either go to a sideboard game or to the match. It's unclear. It's in suspense. Where are we at? I'm going to assume match. Okay.
Yep.
That does have our infect player falling to, I want to say 3-2 or maybe 4-1. So you're back with us again, and we're going to play this another game. It's called Find Us a Match, and that's what our wonderful producer in our ears, Carlin Sidetrack, is doing. They are great. They're going to find us something else to watch so that you all can stick with us and hang out a little bit longer.
Hey, I'm okay with that. We can just keep cycling through them.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right. So we have, we're going to head over and watch some Jack Kiefer magic. Jack Kiefer is playing some sort of mono blue variety because there's a lot of blue cards in his hand. And I'm going to go dig around and find out what he's playing. Oh, okay. It looks like he is playing the mono blue Flashworm. When in doubt, just assume our opponents and our players are playing Flash. And they are playing against... Oh, okay. I'm in. Our opponent, Jack's opponent, I should say, is playing... Wow, we just went to... This is like game 3 or something. This is sweet. We were in the beginning of a game. Our opponent is playing cards that I was sad to not see in many deck lists, including Deathrite Shaman, Pack Rat. We got a lot of rats. We got Crypt Rats as well. So this is a Golgari stuff deck. We have Underworld Connections. We have Cabal Therapy. We have Abrupt Decay. So we're just doing it. We're out here working hard against these worms, and I like it.
I can totally appreciate that.
Me too. So it looks like Jack doesn't have the Flash or the Worm, which I believe is required in order to play Flash Worm.
For now, you gotta have something to get on the table.
Yep. So for now, we're gonna dirtle around. We do have an Unsummon. We have some Days. We have a Tutor. Tutor will probably go get us the Flash. So we're at least one piece away at this point. It's not too bad. And here comes the Pack Rat with mana to pay for Days. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but he could always just unsummon it if he has any concern that this might go long. Truthfully, he probably doesn't, though. It makes sense to just go ahead and Mystical Tutor here. Mm-hmm. And then if you don't draw anything to go with flash or whatever other spell he puts on top. Then you go ahead and unsummon it and buy yourself another couple turns.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do. So I think we did draw the flash. It's a little blurry, but I'm getting along fine. So let's see, we're passing, and it doesn't sound like we're unsummoning yet. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's interested.
I'm pretty tempted to there. It stops him from getting a free rat at all. One of the crazy things about pack rat is it doesn't really matter which pack rat is in play for the ability, because they all have that ability.
Yeah, it makes a copy of pack rat.
Yeah,
like,
so killing the OG rat. Yeah, killing OG rat does not work as long as there's another rat in play. So instead, Jack is casting Flash of Insight? Is that what's happening? So look at the top X cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the rest at the bottom.
Yep.
Looks like we put another flash or another insight in our hand, I assume.
Which is kind of fine here. We're just looking now for, okay, how do we find something to get another card into play with flash? Like that's kind of the goal at this point, and then see if you can protect it later.
Okay. So end step of Jack's turn, there was another rat produced. So now we got 2 rats battling us down. They're now 2/2s. I will highlight, I know I briefly said it, but our opponent, Grant, does have other rats in their deck, which is relevant because pack rat looks at the power, or looks at the number of rats you control. So we actually have another called Crypt
so
Rat.
we're going with Persecute here.
Oh, okay. I've seen this in one of the matches I covered with Jarvis. This one is brutal. It's just against a mono blue deck, it's just discard your whole hand. Oh, yep. Man. Okay. So we're flashing back. Oh my gosh, I always forget. Flash of Insight, and it involves exiling some cards from your.
Yeah.
Okay. We hit. I guess we only hit a daze. We hit so we have 2 dazes, so we could deal with this, right? Oh, never mind. We just hit a
counter target sorcery.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. That is convenient because we would have had to discard a lot of cards. When is this unsummon getting used? What was your opinions here?
Maybe here,
Okay.
because you do reduce it down. Your opponent tapped enough mana that they can't make another rat. So you are buying yourself really probably 2 turns the way this is going to work out in the worst case scenario.
Okay. That's awesome. That is what happens. So accumulated knowledge being the draw. That card is just, a decent card, but I think functionally it has a new reprint that is a little bit better, unfortunately.
I can't remember. It's something research, I think, or whatever's what the new card is.
I think it's accumulated. No, maybe it's not. Frantic Inventory. There we go.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah, basically the same. But still a pretty cool card. So, you draw 1 and then you just draw more and more and more and more. So looks like we're doing another Flash of Insight. Really powerful card for what we're trying to do, which is just look at some cards and find our, I guess in this case we just looked at 1, but trying to find our worms. We have the Flash. Our opponent did play Deathray Shaman, which I'm excited for, because it's such a powerful card. It's banned in so many formats. How is it not great?
The card's amazing.
Deathray Shaman is legal in Historic, and it makes, not in Historic, in Pioneer, and it makes me sad that it's just never going to see play, because it's just, fetch lands make the difference for sure.
Oh, even without the fetch part, the other stuff can still be good.
Yeah, I would love to play a deck with Deathray Shaman in Pioneer. That'd be great. So here we are coming across the line for 4 attacks, I believe, unless we want to make another worm. Looks like we're going to go again and get that Flash of Insight. Luckily, this card seems pretty cool in our deck. We have really got to see. Worm. Yes, there is the worm, which means, you know what this means. Some flashing is to be had. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I assume you can't eat the worm with Deathray Shaman. Like, I assume that. Can you do that? Can you eat the worm with Deathray Shaman to stop the trigger?
Well, no, because it triggers from it leaving play.
Okay, because I know that Rest in Peace stops it, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I was curious. But we do have some worms now, so these pack rats are going to because some grief in a second.
Yeah.
Actually, our opponent was finished. So we do have the mono blue flash deck taking that one down. I think that puts Jack at a pretty good record. I want to say that puts him at 4-1. And I think we might be it. We might have tapped the coverage channel for all that it has to give us this round, which does mean we're going to head to a break. Let me tell you how many matches are remaining. So there are 8 matches remaining, so we're going to ride this one out. We're going to join back here for round 6, our second to last round. You're going to be joined by Daquan. And Jarvis is going to head back in. I'm going to disappear for a little bit. And we'll see everybody in about 5 minutes. Bye-bye.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that break being a little bit longer than we wanted. We tried to find some more action, but everybody was kind of just wrapping up. So here we are. So I am back, and I've got Jarvis with me this time. So first time we've worked together, so we'll see how this works out.
Hey.
So yeah, we were wanting to take a look at some other decks in the event, and you found one by, it was Matthew Watts, was it?
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that. He titled it Oppression, but it's a cool mono black deck here.
Yeah. So I think he named the deck after the card Oppression, which is in 7th edition, which is a very strange hoser. It's a 1 BBB enchantment. Whenever a player plays a spell, that player discards a card from his or her hand. But so normally a card like that doesn't look very good to you, right? But can you point out another card in this deck which combos well with that?
Well, I'm looking at Ensnaring Bridge right along with that Grafted Skullcap. So like those all work really well together.
Yeah. So at the core of this deck, I think the point of this deck is to reduce your opponent to like no cards in hand and either kill them with Shrieking Affliction or Inkmoth Nexus. So the Inkmoth will be able to attack once you draw for turn and then just attack them for 1 poison. Then you discard your hand at end step. So every turn you just deal them 1 poison, empty their hand, and it doesn't matter how you kill them if they have no cards in hand at all points, right?
Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of very much like, well, I mean, you've been around a little while too. Like this is a throwback to the old style of control decks, where like everything's slow and grindy, and you're getting in for like 1 or 2 points a turn, or you're just milling 2 cards at a time, and you just slow and steady wins the race kind of thing.
Yeah, so when I actually saw this deck and the other deck have Grafted Skullcap and Ensnaring Bridge, it did remind me of a point in Standard where people used to play those 2 cards together. There's actually a deck called Burning Bridges, which is a burn deck that has Grafted Skullcap and Ensnaring Bridge. I don't think the black version of the deck existed back then, but this is like a logical extension of that idea as well, I think.
So yeah, that's pretty cool though. I like the concept of everything that's working there. Even just having an alternate win condition that most people may not even prepared for. When you look at something like Shrieking Affliction, because I think when everybody looked at these sets, I think finding a way to abuse Flash was kind of top of mind, and not really looking into angles like this.
Yeah, but the top of my list was either optimize Flash or play Mirari's Wake Control with a lot of dispels to try to. So the other reason I think that might be okay is Detention Sphere is pretty good versus these Flash decks, generally speaking. The only problem being you have to cast it and not get like counterspelled back,
Yeah, because that's very true.
Because you get to exile all of the worms on turn 3 instead of turn 4 where you cast Supreme Verdict. So I think that would have been my go-to personally. But, that people came up with their solutions, and that's great to see, right?
Yeah, the only downside, I think, for this particular group of sets is it did feel a bit limited on finding, like, a good combination of creatures to play together. So you're not really playing a lot. There's not going to be a lot of real aggressive strategies. You're kind of taking some mid-rangey to control angles with just about every deck.
Yeah, good that you bring that up. I think if you remember RTR Standard, it was dominated by white-blue control, and that deck was sort of hostile to creature decks, and you sort of see the same thing happen here. Like, if you played a deck full of 1-power creatures versus Jace, Architect of Thought, that's even worse than getting Wrath of Godded, because it actually it cancels out all of the 1-power creatures they play for the entire game.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that was a rough time for some of the creature decks, for sure.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't fault players for bringing what they brought. I mean, it makes sense. When I was going down the list, you see some of the cards go, yep, that makes sense, that's there. Yep, that makes sense, that's there. And it all kind of came together the way we expected. So, Unfortunately, we've seen a couple of people did try the aggro angle, and, we have one that's doing pretty well in Brandon, but everybody else looks like they're struggling a bit fighting against these quick Flash decks.
Oh, in fact, I found this helpful tweet by Fireshoes, aka Robert Taylor. He compiled a metagame list of this tournament. 8 Azorius Control, 7 Blue-Black Flashworm, 5 Blue-White Flashworm, 5 Bant Flashworm, 5 Sultai Flashworm, 4 Grixis Flashworm, 4 Mono Blue Flashworm, 4 Teamer Flashworm. I don't know if you're counting, that's 37 out of 67 being Flashworm. That's that would be worrisome if this were, a continuously run format. Fortunately, it's only happening once. This sort of metagame numbers are not particularly healthy if there was a true metagame.
Oh, absolutely.
But
and that's okay. I mean,
yeah.
if you're just running it for one day for a few hours, yeah, that's fine.
Sometimes it's fun to see like busted stuff happen, for like one day, and so people don't get tired of it. If this went on for weeks, people would be like, "Oh, ban Flash," which rightfully so. It's banned in Legacy now for good reason.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is a lot of people didn't get to play with these cards. A lot of people participating in this event. This is the first time they may have heard stories or been like, "Well, why is this card banned?" or whatever. And this is the first time they've actually got to play it in a competitive setting.
Yeah, to harken back, I actually played the GP that Steve Sadin won with Flash Hulk. It was my second GP ever, and Steve Sadin won with Counterbalance Flash Hulk to play counterbalances. So he wanted to play countertop to win the mirrors, because if you just go top counterbalance in the mirrors, they can't do anything. So he was very next level. He identified Flash was the best deck, but how do you also win the mirrors? So that's some next level thinking right there.
Man, another card that people learned to hate was Counterbalance.
Yes, yeah.
That deck was full of so many cards that people were just angry at. I love it.
Yeah, and now we get to see all of them come back for very brief amounts of time,
Oh, yeah. And that's kind of why these events are fun. Like we're saying, there's very few opportunities to get to see a lot of these in action, to get to play with a lot of the cards. And, like I said, a lot of times it's just like, you wonder why these cards got banned, or you heard stories. And I wouldn't even be surprised if people saw Flash and went, okay, well, let me go look up some Flash decks on the internet, like archived, and just see what people were doing then and see if I can come up with something.
All right, so, yeah. It looks like the pairings have finished out, and we have two 5-0s. Tim Hatch, 5-0 with Grixis Flash Form. So the red is for Burning Wish, the black is for Persecute, Duress, Cabal Therapy. Oh, and also Stronghold Gambit. I don't know if you've seen this card before, but it's a powerful one.
Yeah, I was looking at that when the event started. And it's kind of in line with some of the other red cards that you look at it and has a full block of text, and you're like, I'm never gonna have a home for that card. Like, whatever. Like, this card's never gonna get played. Well, then events like this happen, and you're like, well, maybe.
Yeah. So. Funny you bring that up. That's a fringe playable card in Black Red Reanimator in Legacy for similar reasons.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So same thing going on. And the other 5-0 is Sultai Flash Form. Yeah, pretty much expected. They have Duress, Sleight of Hand, Worldly Tutor, and Cunning Wish. Only one Cunning Wish and one Worldly Tutor. And a sideboard Living Wish. Huh, interesting. It's Flash Form. We'll see what happens.
A sideboarded Living Wish. That is very interesting.
So my guess to that is they're expecting to get Slaughter games for World Spine Worm. So if you side in one Living Wish and side out one World Spine Worm, you can get around that.
Fair.
Yeah. So I think they went next level. But if with the open decklist thing, it's possible that the opponent would just Slaughter games Flash instead, but there's also a Cunning Wish in the deck. So the way they've constructed their deck, they can actually get around both angles of being attacked like that. So it's really funny. I think that person actually did put a lot of thought into their deck list, because you look at a deck list like that and you spend like 5 minutes thinking about, oh, why is it doing that? And then you're like, oh, this person foresaw this really hateful card in RTR that people are going to play because this is the format so concentrated on one style of deck,
Yeah, that's the other thing too. I think the question that probably needs to be asked is when you start looking at this type of format and say, you assume some, I don't know if we'd have thought it was 30 people, but let's say at least 15 or 20 people are going to come with Flash decks. Mm-hmm. How much do you dedicate to being able to battle the other Flash decks?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think most of the people we saw here decided that it was most likely to be the most played deck and did respect it quite a bit. Like, that's why you see so many Dispels. Dispels just like straight up one mana counter Flash. And also, like, the other angle that I think that would be really powerful if Flash weren't so big is Sphinx's Revelation plus Murray's Wake is like that's like Nissa Hydroid Crisis for you.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's actually almost exactly the same thing, except your Wake is safer than Nissa is in Standard, but you don't make an unending stream of 3/3s. So Dispel countering Revelation from those decks, I think, is a big deal.
Yeah, we saw a couple of lists, I think, that had those in there, but not very many. So
yeah, not as many as I expected to see. I think the problem with that deck is it's hard to be great versus Flash that has a lot of disruption, because your cards are just so much more expensive.
Yeah, and this did end up being a group of sets where there was a lot of counterspell options available, a lot of cheap ones even, or free ones in some cases with days.
Yeah.
So I think that's what makes it hard as well.
Also, a lot of 1-mana discard. I don't know if you've played Mirari's Wake versus Duress Cabal Therapy.
Yeah.
It's not particularly pleasant, I would say.
Yeah, definitely limit your options early on.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at a match that's going on, I suppose. Jim Davis and G. Ooh, Jim's deck. Cool. So it looks like Jim's deck. Oh, wow, this is a blast from the past. So this reminds me of the original version of the Rock, might be a while ago, but Jim labeled his deck Tanglewire, and the reason is there are 4 copies of Tanglewire in his aggro Rock deck.
Yeah, and we were talking about Tanglewire in another list earlier, and I think it's a really, really good card that could actually be okay in these types of settings, where even if they do get a flash down, it's okay. If you can survive that attack, then maybe you can buy a little bit of time on those next couple of turns.
And the other thing I think Tanglewire works well with is with Mana Dorks. Later, you can just tap the Mana Dorks to your Tanglewire, so that sort of works out well. Like, you just attack with your 4-power creature for a few turns, cast Tanglewire, then start tapping your mana creatures.
Yeah, and this list is rocking 4 birds, 4 Llanowar Elves, 3 Deathrite Shamans, so it's going to have a ton of stuff out there early to be able to tap to that Tanglewire.
Yep. Sort of Feast and Famine, an interesting inclusion. That's just like a generically good card. I think that's why it's in the deck.
Yeah. I almost feel like if you are playing any type of creatures and you're in a format where the swords are available, you've got to at least give them some consideration.
Yeah, you definitely do. Especially since Sword of Feast and Famine lets you attack through the worms from Flash Worm. That's why I think probably playing that one is pretty wise.
Yeah, and black is also after blue probably the most popular color in this tournament as well.
Yep.
All right.
Duress. So opponent has Counterspell, Cabal Therapy, Accumulated Knowledge.
Yeah.
I do not think you should take Accumulated Knowledge. That's the worst one to take.
Yeah, exactly. Probably just Counterspell.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what land that is.
There's 2 City of Brasses from 7th edition, 8th edition City of Brasses, and an Underground River that looks like it's from 10th edition. You can tell by the borders.
Exactly.
Sort of. I believe that's like an alternate art Cabal, or that might be the Reanimator Precon Cabal Therapy. Oh wow, he took the Accumulated Knowledge.
Exactly. I was just about to comment on that. I thought that was a very interesting choice. But I assumed it might have been Counterspell or something, but
well, so the reason not to take Counterspell is your play is lined up next turn to be Thrun the Last Troll.
Well, that's true.
Yes, but I feel like that Counterspell might cause issues later on, and if your opponent top decks another AK, this play looks truly not great, because then that AK will draw 2 for 0 mana instead of I think you get what I'm saying there.
All right, we're gonna cast this Cabal Therapy, calling. What are we getting there?
If that therapy hits Thrun, that's kind of
savage.
Yeah. But it actually, you might be able to read into it a little bit. What's the reason not to take Counterspell there?
Yeah, that's sort of what I was trying to figure out. I would probably still take it.
Yeah.
Because the way the hand was set up, you would assume they're going to at least try to play the Cabal Therapy
Yep.
on next turn. So you probably weren't going to have to worry about Counterspell for a couple turns anyway.
Yep. I was just thinking that maybe the opponent could have read deeper into it and figured out that, oh, Jim left me with Counterspell instead of AK, therefore he probably has Thrun in hand. Therefore, I should Cabal Therapy Thrun.
True. That's a good heads up play there.
Yeah, it's. I don't blame anyone for missing it. That's a really hard one to see. And also, if you think Jim's going next level, like trying to bluff you, then it could also backfire.
Yeah. And, that's one of the things when I'm streaming. I do try to point out to players sometimes is it's not always what your opponents do. It's also what they don't do that give you context clues, right? So you have to start asking yourself what narrative makes sense for this play to really play out appropriately.
Oh wow, the opponent drew a second AK that turn.
He did.
Before the Deathrite was active. So another reason to take the AK is you can just start eating them with the Deathrite. Then AK just becomes 1 in a blue cycle.
Yeah.
Earlier in the cast, you all mentioned that AK is worse than Frantic Inventory. I don't think that's necessarily true, but the games are a lot more volatile because AKs count all copies of AKs in graveyards. So if you're playing specifically an AK mirror, it becomes really messed up.
That's true.
You don't really want to cast the first AK in an AK mirror.
I do remember going through that, sadly.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant. Oh,
we got Thrun punching through here. Seems to be having his way at the moment.
Yep.
And the Deathrite Shaman is slowly doing work, removing cards from the yard.
Unfortunately, it looks like opponent just mystical tutored for Flash, which was the missing piece of the combo to make 15 power.
Mm-hmm.
And Jim's deck, once the worms are in play... Oh, but there's a sword.
Exactly.
The sword is a 2-turn clock. Wow. So he's going to get away with it. Unless if there's a counterspell. But wait, there's a counterspell that Jim left in hand from the turn 1 duress.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, things worked out really poorly for Jim.
And I think that's what he was thinking about. He drew it, and there's kind of that moment of like, oh, but it's like, oh yeah, we know he has a counterspell.
Yeah. The counterspell is very, very lethal here. Because you can cast both the counterspell and the flash, because all of those lands tap for blue, so there's no issue.
Yeah, that's painful. Like, you have to do it, but
yeah, because I mean, there's like a very small chance your opponent doesn't counterspell, even though like they're priced into counterspelling because they have to discard a card anyways to the trigger.
Yep.
Wow, this is crazy.
I mean, unfortunately, get your opponents to 10 from that. They'll go to 9 when they flash. And I guess you can get them down a little lower with the Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, but you're basically drawing to another sword, I think. I think another sword is actually lethal because you drain your opponent to 8, then you drain them to 6, and then sword equip is the last 6 points.
Yeah.
So Jim's on 1 outer, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. His decision not to take counterspell ended up being slightly awkward towards the end there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really high-level play. Just the way things progressed over the next 3 turns didn't work out.
Yeah, it was especially brutal when the opponent cast a second AK. Jim was probably thinking, oh no, this worked out really poorly for me.
Yep. All right, so you do block, prevent some of the damage there.
Yeah.
You're still going to take 6.
Yeah, Thrun has the 1 in green regenerate, so you can fog 4 damage essentially.
Yep, that bird was not it, unfortunately. It's not what we were looking for here.
Nope. I mean, like, it's awkward, but sometimes 15 power for 2 mana and 2 cards is too much to deal with.
Yeah, I mean...
Also, the worms trample. Like, why?
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking, like, why is that even necessary?
Because it's a mythic rare from a set that costs also. It also costs like an absurd amount of mana. I think it's okay to do that.
So here we can attack for 15. Probably gonna attack with all of it. Yeah, exactly. Just take your time. 15 would not have been lethal because you could block enough of the damage and live. So again, you take another 6 here.
Yep. Take 6, drain for 2, and again, you're still hoping to draw Sword of Feast and Famine. There are worlds where I think Abrupt Decay might buy a turn if you don't attack with enough stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something to look out for on exactly the next turn cycle, I think.
I was just looking to see if Jim gets an Abrupt Decay, though.
Oh, an Abrupt Decay is lethal.
Yeah.
So, he's on more outs.
Yeah.
Maybe this was too aggressive. Jim's. No, Tangle Wire isn't it? Wait, hold on. Tangle Wire. If opponent taps 2 City of Brasses during upkeep, you actually take damage from Tangle Wire.
Exactly, yeah.
But I don't think it's going to be good enough. I think you can just tap all 4 lands, attack for 15, be at 3. Death rate puts you to 1.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the problem. And you can see it on Jim's face there, where he's thinking about it, but probably not going to do too much. So close, though. So close.
Yeah. Jim, I think right now, Jim's thinking about how he could have played the game differently, unfortunately. But you do have to just shrug it off. There's still 2 more games to play, potentially, you know?
Yeah, and honestly, I would just say it's just one of those things that it's one of those times where you made the right play in the moment, and unfortunately, the way the cards came up, the random order just didn't work out in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, here come all the worms. Gonna get in there for 15. At most you could block 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is not going to do it.
Nope. 15 minus 8 is definitely more than 4.
Yep. Opponent would be left at 2. Almost. If we could find a way to buy 1 more turn, or would have found a way to kill one of the tokens, I think that would have done it.
Yeah.
Or I guess technically if you'd have found the Tangle Wire a turn sooner, possibly as well.
Yeah, if you play the Tangle Wire turn sooner, I think it gets pretty complicated. I don't want to work it out until I have to.
Yeah.
All right, so Jim is doing the classic thing, which, honestly, this is very different from Paper Magic. Looking at your opponent's deck list between rounds, or between games, or even during game, it's just a very different thing, but it makes sense because you want to make sure that everything's on the up and open. They've actually submitted the correct deck list. So I think Jim is siding in. Oh wow, Compost! I haven't seen that one forever.
Compost, I like that.
Yeah, it's something. Jim is signing out his Phantom Centaurs because they have Pro Black, which is not particularly relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything in this scenario. But that kind of shows what we were talking about earlier, though, right? Where he identified that, okay, black's also going to be a popular color. That's where a lot of the removal cards are probably going to be. Let's go ahead and, I guess, effectively pre-sideboard to that level.
I'm kind of interested. It's interesting that he's not siding in Rest in Peace versus the Flash.
Yeah, I was just wondering that because I was rereading that going, I'm pretty sure that works.
Yeah, no, if you're getting flash formed, the Rest in Peace replaces the die, so it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is a weird one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. But
and I would assume that's largely what it was for.
I would have assumed that too.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's possible he could be playing it against some type of reanimator type effects or something, if there were any, but
I'm not sure there were any when I
Yeah, I'm just thinking that though. Off the top of my head, I'm going like, was there?
Sorry, there's one fringe one. There's Shallow Grave, which is a 1 black instant from Mirage. Return the top creature of your graveyard to play. It gains haste, and you have to exile it at end step.
Yeah, that's not going to be too popular.
No, I think that's a worse instant than Flash.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it also oddly cares about your graveyard order, which is like kind of awkward in a lot of ways. And you have to get the creature into the graveyard. So yeah, I don't know. Potentially just
we made
oversight.
Magic cards in very weird ways.
Yeah, I agree. So Jim kept a very disruptive hand, but has no clock. But I don't think I mind that. His deck is full of creatures, and yeah, He's found a win condition.
And this is actually nice here, where you get to duress. If you find another black source next turn, you do get to play both Cabal Therapies and just effectively strip their hand if you want.
Yeah, unfortunately, the opponent can just tap out for Pack Rat and try to ride that to victory. We've seen this so many times over the years where Pack Rat on 2 versus an unprepared opponent who has no removal just ends the game.
All right, so we're just putting in a fetch land.
Yeah, unfortunately, a tapped fetch land. Note if the fetch land weren't tapped, he could just fetch up Overgrown Tomb. Because
True.
It is Windswept Teeth. It just comes into play tapped.
All right, so here comes the Pack Rat.
So the good part about this for Jim is if the opponent does brick on the land, the Pack Rat's not that scary. But if the opponent finds the land, I think the rats could potentially outrace the throne.
True. Yeah.
But Jim decides to protect himself from a top-decked flash by therapying World Spine Worm, which I think is also reasonable. Oh, and there's the land. That's very good for the opponent.
Ugh. Yeah, these flash decks are so rough.
Yeah, it's weird. I think if the London Mulligan didn't exist, I'm not even convinced they would be that good in this format because the card selection in this format is quite poor when I looked at it. It was basically just Sleight of Hand and Accumulate Knowledge and Flash of Insight if you were nearly mono blue. But there's nothing like Brainstorm, Ponder, Preordain, or even Serum Visions I think would be pretty welcome.
Gotcha.
But to a certain degree, obviously, Mystical Tutor and Living Wish and Cunning Wish help there, but those are worse than cantrips a lot of the time because they don't replace themselves generally. Like Mystical and Worldly Tutor have that problem; they go on top of your deck. So.
Yeah, that's the hard part too. Is you don't even get access to it immediately.
Right.
Mm-mm. All right. So, would getting Tangle Wire down have done anything for him last turn?
It stops a Pack Rat activation this turn because the lands are tapped and the Pack Rat's tapped. Mm-hmm. But next turn, the opponent can just respond to the Tangle Wire trigger, float 3, let the trigger resolve, then make a rat.
Fair.
So I think exactly this turn it would have done just prevent a Pack Rat. But I think Jim correctly identifies that if you do that, then you can't even play Throne on your next turn.
Yeah, that's the downside.
Yeah, then I think it actually works out poorly for Jim to play Tangle Wire. Tangle Wire is not exactly free, even though like there is the trick that you only have to tap one less permanent because A, you get to stack the triggers how you want, and B, you can tap the Tangle Wire to itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Jim's hoping to maybe draw enough disruption or sort of Feast and Famine or some weird combination of cards where everything lines up perfectly and he's able to squeak it out. I do think that's a tall order because he's actually behind in the race if you look at the life totals as well.
Definitely. And yeah, even if you got a sword, you wouldn't be able to play it and equip it here.
Yep.
So yeah, I think you're right. Maybe on some combination of just removal cards here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a look and see what other removal he has available. But, I mean, if he has to go for the throats that he sided in and then the abrupt decays. And I think that's all we're really going to be able to hunt for here.
Yeah. The good thing is the opponent can't attack until at least 2 more rats are made, but that's not even that appealing because that just forces Jim to pay 1 in a green and trade. Until the rats get to 5/5, you don't have it in exactly clean attack. However, the other thing is if you attack with 4 rats and he blocks 1, he could potentially just take 12 and then be dead on the next turn. So
true. All right, so we got yet another Cabal Therapy here.
Huh, that's interesting. The opponent cycled 2 Sleight of Hands instead of making a rat.
Yeah, I think a rat would definitely be more advantageous in this situation for sure.
Yeah, that's my instinct too. But perhaps they're just looking. They're looking for. I'm not sure what they're looking for right now.
And then this is Jim just taking an aggressive stance here, going after the opponent with Thrun.
Yep. Yep. Let me see if I can find the deck list of the opponent.
All right, so he's trying to choose what card is left in the opponent's hand here.
Yeah, it's really hard because you cast 2 sleight of hands, which doesn't. That's not a lot of information to go off of.
Yeah.
From a number perspective, you should look at a 4 of. That's bad for you, I think, is my intuition. And Counterspell's a 4 of. World Spine Worm's a 4 of. 8K is technically a 4 of, but I'm not thrilled about naming that one because, like, you kind of don't even care about that. I mean, it is 1 less rat if you hit.
It looks like he's going to go for World Spine Worm.
Yeah.
And, that kind of makes sense. Maybe the opponent was just looking for a flash.
Well,
and he hit it.
It wasn't the opponent help it. Oh, he hit. So the opponent got punished for not making a rat. But no. I think the opponent was hellbent because they had 0 cards.
Oh, gotcha.
0 card, cast sleight of hand, cast sleight of hand, and then just ended the turn with 1 card in hand, right?
Yeah.
That was nice for Jim. Like, I think, and here's the other thing. Now, since the opponent has no cards in hand, they can't even respond to the Tangle Wire by making a rat. It worked out. Jim played to a weird semi-out, and it sort of worked out for him.
Yeah, and here you see him stacking the cumulative upkeep thing here. Or I guess whatever it is.
Fading for us boomers.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, fading. I couldn't remember the name of it. All right. So now we do still have this go for the throat that he's been sitting on that can control these rats pretty well. So he's decided to get into a racing situation here, which makes sense. If you can keep the opponent's rats down, and I would assume you kill a rat here, so they have to tap down an additional thing.
Let's see. So it's on 3. So yeah, actually that does make sense because if you go for the throat of rat, they have to tap rat land instead of land or land rat. So then they wouldn't be able to make one. So yeah, I think that is a slight mistake.
All right, it's going to shoot down one of the rats. Finally use this go for the throat here.
Yep.
Goes to 9.
And Tim, or not Tim, Jim. Yeah, he gets to tap a land and Tangle Wire. It doesn't really matter. You can tap the birds as well. Smiter being a 4/4 here, great. It's just like a big creature.
Yeah, it's basically a wall.
Yeah, it's a wall that's good versus Cabal Therapy, ironically enough, because you can never Cabal Therapy that one, otherwise it just goes into play for free.
All right. Looks like I'm assuming we're moving to the attack step, and Thrawn's going to get in one more time.
Yeah, and I think you might see Jim cash in the birds as Cabal Therapy fodder, because it's not doing much anymore, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely done. You're already at the end of your time on Tangle Wire, effectively.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you see Jim go for that. Plus, if you strip another card, that's 1 less rat potentially. Although I don't think the number of cards in hand matters.
Did he hit it again?
Wow, he hit. Wow, that's so insane. He hit Worm the first time. He hit Flash the second time. And these are blind therapies.
Oh, I know. It's so lucky.
Well, it's a combination of luck and deducing what cards could my opponent have drawn that they don't cast, right?
Yeah.
I'm fond of saying on my stream that games tell a story, and it's up to the better players to read the story correctly.
For sure. Yeah, this is now really turning. The opponent only at 6. I mean, even making another rat just buys you a turn at this point.
It does. The opponent can just cast the rat that's in their hand, which I think obviously makes a lot of sense, because maybe then you double block, go to 1 and hope to draw something. I don't know. It's not looking great for K. Weston.
All right.
But I think that's the play. That's the only play that makes sense. So that's what they're doing.
Go ahead and just tap this Tangle Wire to itself.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's an Abrupt Decay, which is going to make it even harder on the opponent.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, because the opponent's so incentivized to double block.
Yeah, they almost don't have a choice.
Yeah, I don't think you have outs if you don't double block. So I think this makes sense. Obviously, Jim is thrilled to have the decay to get the 2-for-1 here. And yeah, that does it for game 2. Wow, that was a fierce one. I didn't know what was gonna. Jim's hand was kind of do nothing, right, at the beginning.
Yeah, it was a lot of just disruption to start that game.
Yeah. Fortunately, Thrun drawn on turn 2 meant he would have a clock. Tanglewire is decent, and he did get to line up his duresses and therapy as well, I think.
Yeah.
In fact, Jim was known for being good at being a therapy sniper, because that was a common thing you had to do with goblins in Legacy and in Extended. And I think he's just remembering his old skills, taking the rust off the knife.
Yeah, knock the dust off of him, because man, it worked. Yeah. I mean, hitting those on back-to-back turns was huge.
Yep. So he has Rest in Peace in the draw and cut Deathrite. Interesting.
Now, here's a question. If you're in his spot, do you try to bring the Centaurs back in with the assumption that your opponent may or may not leave in the Pack Rats?
I kind of think the Phantom Centaur might just be better than Dryad Militant in this matchup, actually.
Okay.
Like, just period.
I could see that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that sort of sidestepped your question, but my answer is I think I would just have it in on the play or draw, just as like another big beefy thing to ramp into that always gets past Pack Rat and always sort of blocks favorably versus Pack Rat as well.
Now, it looks like he did bring in the Rest in Peace here, so maybe his thought was his opponent was going to not lean so much on the flash combo in game 2, and maybe try to get him with the Pack Rats, and then now we're going back the other direction potentially.
That's a Jim D hand. Jim has sample hands he posts on his Twitter sometimes, just ridiculous hands that you can never keep, and that's obviously one of them.
Oh yeah.
I guess you could make a case if you knew your top card was Force if you had X-ray vision, but that's still not even that good if they just kill your birds.
Yeah, exactly. And really, you'd still be limited on what you could play there.
Yep.
All right, we got to keep this one.
Oh, this one's pretty good for a 6-card hand. 6-card hand, 7 cards, put 1 on the bottom.
Yep.
All right, so now the debate is, what is your worst card? Kind of complicated.
Llanowar Elves, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking that. I think it makes a lot of sense to bottom one of your 1-drop accelerants, right? Because the second one doesn't do that much. And yeah, Jim does exactly what you thought.
Because even on turn 2 here, even if you just draw another land, you can effectively still play like Therapy plus a creature, or Call of the Conclave or whatever next turn.
Yep, Call of the Conclave doing its best Watchwolf impression.
Yep. All right, well, there's a Tangle Wire. So that's something you can use.
Yeah. So I think Jim's debate is do Therapy or Birds on turn 1. You can see him hovering over both of the cards because I think so. If you Therapy on 1, you should play well. Actually, it's not even clear which land you should play on turn 1 if you're going to Therapy on 1, because if you play Swamp, you can't cast Call of the Conclave on turn 2.
Yep.
So he was also considering that as well. But I think not playing scared, trying to deploy your own plan, is going to win you more games on average than being scared and therapying on turn 1. But, I mean, maybe there's about to be 5 or 3 5/5 worms,
We're going to find out.
Yeah, we are going to find out.
Oh, did he have it? Or is this just a daze? Yep, there's a flash.
Oh, Jim's really sad now.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been in this spot a lot where this happens in game three, you just think about the mistakes that happened to you in game one that you could have prevented, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and even here, yeah, it's one of those things where you're making a calculated decision, and even if you think it's an 80-20 decision, right, and you still choose the 80, like you still feel bad going like, but I could have done this other thing.
Yeah, I think Jim's play is good. It's just your opponents only cast one sleight of hand. That's not a lot of cards to look at, but they did keep on 7, so maybe you should factor in the 1 mulligan. I don't know. I don't know what I would do there. Obviously, it's hard because there's no like Maelstrom Pulse or anything in Jim's deck because that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And even still, the opponent does have a counterspell behind, I believe.
Yeah, I was just trying to think, like, the only other line would have been maybe Cabal Therapy, try to call Flash.
Yep.
And then play, like, Militant and Bird. We wouldn't be able to do that, actually. You get one or the other.
Exactly. That's the Swamp thing is screwing you again.
Yeah. That's tough.
So I think actually Jim's plan might be if you draw another creature to block with, you can play Tangle Wire and the blocker and just try to double block the third worm, because 2 of the worms will have to be tapped to Tangle Wire.
True.
Now, the problem with that is in any iteration of that play, you have to take damage from your City of Brass. That puts you at 2.
Also true.
So, yeah, no. I think here's what we're going to see happen, and I don't think it's actually going to work.
Oh, well, another Cabal Therapy.
Yeah, and this one hits Tangle Wire because of the thing I listed.
Yeah, so that takes away pretty much all the outs here.
Yep. I think before that, Jim had some convoluted, like, 7-dimensional triple runner draw, but that'll do it for that match. That was a long one. That was faster than all of the Flash matches we watched.
And I think that was a matter of like both sides had some disruption and some different things were happening there, and I think that kind of leads toward drawing that out a little bit.
Oh, it looks like we have another match.
Awesome. Does it look like Ty Thomason again?
Yep, Ty's playing Mono Black Infect versus what appears to be White-Blue Control.
All right,
so Ty not stuck on 1 land this time, which is probably better for his chances. I know you refer to this. Ty did keep a 1-lander with a bunch of Dark Rituals and didn't draw mana sources, but...
Yeah, I do like these decks, though. I mean, we're talking about there's not a lot of aggressive options. This is one of the few ways you can go, really, and still have any real impact. So
I actually sort of feel like this is actually similar to Jim's deck, even though it doesn't look like it. It's just a bunch of disruption trying to back it up with a fast clock.
Yeah.
The difference is infect creatures basically all have double strike, right?
Yeah, you don't got to count to 10.
Yeah.
And they do have a little bit of weight against the worm tokens as well, right? Because you deal infect and shrink them down, so that can work to your advantage.
Yeah, if you have 3 Phyrexian Crusaders out, 1 worm is not allowed to attack.
Yeah.
If it's just 1 worm. An interesting card that I noticed in his deck is Piston Sledge. I don't know if you know that one.
I do, and I've actually never played it in 60-card decks at all.
Yeah, it was a fringe player in the standard infect decks, and you see it here because +3/+1's quite a bit for an infect creature.
That makes sense. And again, this is one of the things we really like about this type of format, right? You look at something like Piston Sledge and go like, when else is this really going to get played? But here, when it's like you just need something to make these, germ tokens and other things just be big enough, it's like, okay, This can do it.
So I love this play from Ty. He's not even casting anything here because he just knows that so likely his opponent has some sort of permission spell. And this is the true power of creature lands, I think. You're seeing how they don't care about counter spells. They do care about Azorius Charm, though.
Yeah, the Azorius Charm can do some work there, though. So interestingly, we do still have a Dark Ritual here if we want to try to cast something.
Yeah, so I think now you do. The only card that can get you in the format is Daze, and I think Ty knows whether or not his opponent has Daze in the deck, and I think it's actually pretty likely that the opponent's deck list doesn't play Daze. So, in fact, it plays Judge's Familiar instead.
All right. So we get a card, which is a Cabal Therapy.
Yeah, it looks like the normal damage plan might come into play here too, which is, I call it the Arnold Palmer. You know why? Because half regular damage, half effect damage.
And I've been on the other side of the table from those scenarios, and it gets really awkward because you're having to decide, okay, well, like at what point can I let one of these through and not end up dead in 2 turns?
All right, but here Ty decides that he can sacrifice his Thopter Assembly? That's quite a card.
All right, going deep.
This is a very embarrassing Wrath of God, though. That is one nice thing about Flare Husk. It's a really good card to the germ is a really good, piece of material to sacrifice to your Cabal Therapy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here comes the Tangle Wire. Popular card we're going to be seeing a bit of today.
Yeah, I think Tangle Wire may be one of the ways that aggressive decks can compete, right? Because it forces a lot of mana committal for the first few turns, and maybe that's enough to get them.
Yeah, it works in your favor where your opponents just don't have any permanents to tap. Where you're like, okay, well, I have this mana creature I don't need anymore, or I have this extra token I made. You can definitely tap something, or in this case, even just equipment. Equipment still work while they're tapped.
Yep, it's kind of busted.
All right, so Tangle Wire is going to take the equipment, the Tangle Wire, and a land. However, though, we're just drawing some swamps here, which aren't helping anything.
Ooh, a second Nexus is actually okay, I think.
That speeds up the clock.
It does. So I think Ty's considering whether or not he just wants to offer the trade this turn, so next turn he can start getting in with 2/2s.
Yep, and there's the block.
Yeah. And the other thing this does for Ty is it still keeps down the permanent count for Tangle Wire.
Yep.
So I think he was okay with that exchange, even though it doesn't look great, but I think it actually ends up being okay.
And his opponent passed very quickly there.
Ooh, Persecute.
Strong.
We've seen a lot of Persecutes.
And we're up against blue-white, so what do we call here?
Well, so I think there are 2 major decision trees. You could activate your connections first, see what you draw. You can either activate Equip, or you can Persecute, and I think that's exactly what's going through Ty's mind right here.
Mm.
And we go for Activate Equip.
All right. Getting in there for 2.
So I actually think I like this, with the reason being the opponent's already used 1 Azorius Charm. There's not that many Azorius Charms in their deck. There's like only 4 legally. So you blank them having a counterspell on that turn. You basically blank them getting to use their mana. Oh.
Okay.
Let's see. So now the question is, will Ty do that again? Again, just drawing a card versus free. Honestly, we're seeing the power of Underworld Connections versus White-Blue, and I'm sure you remember that song and dance.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because, anytime you can find a way, especially as the aggressive player, to get even 3 or 4 cards over the course of the game, it really takes away some of the advantage from the control side and allows you to kind of keep pace after, the big sweeper or whatever.
But this game's funny. Like, there's just been a sweeper in the opponent's hand and it's just done literal nothing the entire time.
Yep,
and
here comes a second Tangle Wire.
I was going to say, I think this second Tangle Wire might just end the game on the spot. Because you can just tap the first Tangle Wire to the second one as well, and the Flare Husk. So Ty's not going to have to tap any real permanents this turn.
Nope. You can just equip up a land and come right back over.
Yeah. Or you can land this knockout Persecute, which I think we're very likely to see Persecute cast this turn, personally.
All right. He's getting a card.
Ooh, Crusader is also really appealing, but I also think just casting the Persecute's good.
All right,
white or blue?
Choosing white.
So I think white makes sense.
Get a whole fistful of cards.
Well, if you name white, you guarantee one card you've already known, which is Wrath of God.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I don't think you care about those other two. I think you could actually potentially beat a Resolved Thopter Assembly as well by this point. But
yeah, at this stage, I think you can.
Yeah,
but it's going to be at least 2 more turns before they can even try to get it onto the table because of Tangle Wires.
Yeah. So Ty's figuring out
what order to put all these triggers.
No, so you need to put the this is what you need to do. You need to put the first Tangle Wire's fading ability on the bottom of the stack so you can tap it to the first Tangle Wire's tap ability. Yep. And then because the fading ability actually destroys it when it runs out. Mm-hmm. Or when it would hit -1.
All right.
All right, so Ty is flooding out a bit, but I think what he's just going to do here is not let his opponent make effective use of Counterspell.
Yeah, I think he's totally fine here. I mean, even flooding out, it's like he at least has uses for his mana. Some of it's going to the Tangle Wire, you're equipping up the equipment, you're activating the land. So it's not the worst scenario to be caught in here. And Wrath of Gods are effectively gone, so you might as well get the Crusader out there.
Well, actually, that is sort of interesting to do it there. I guess the reason to do that is if you draw 2 relatively expensive spells next turn, you want to be able to deploy them both. So, well, with the connections in play, it is okay to trade 1 for 1.
Your opponent's at 13, but doesn't really matter. He's got 5 infect counters. That's what we're going to be looking at here.
Interesting. All right, so it does go after that. The opponent's valuing their poison count rather than cards from Ty's perspective.
That's reasonable, though, because it would have been potentially taking at least 3 here had they not. And if you'd drawn another equipment or something, it could have gotten real dangerous.
Ty's deck does play Sword of Feast and Famine. That would have been really backbreaking right here. Mm-hmm. He had drawn it. Because it doesn't just double mana, it can untap the land that Underworld Connection
exactly. Yeah, that's worth an extra card.
It's worth an extra card, it's worth a bunch of mana, and it makes your opponent discard a card, which puts them less close to the Thopter Assembly.
All right, so there's a Judge's Familiar that can block and buy some time here.
Tangle Wire is finally faded out, the second one. Ooh, and that's actually good.
Ball therapy to get the Thopter Assembly that you've been afraid of.
All right.
Oh, there's an envelope. Interesting. We're going to sacrifice. Yeah.
So I think Ty's going to attack with the Nexus, then end up sacking it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because your opponent only has 1 card in hand. If you just cut off the Thopter Assembly, it's really hard for them to just draw enough relevant cards in a row while you're drawing 2.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing, too. The tokens from the Thopter Assembly could end up buying them essentially up to 3 turns, and you don't want to allow that.
Yep. And also, keep in mind, Phyrexian Crusader is not just 2/2 Infect First Strike. It has Pro-White, which is the relevant keyword in this matchup.
Which makes that Judge's Familiar just kind of stare at it as it runs by.
It's funny. This Judge's Familiar never got to block.
Nope.
Pro Tour winning Judge's Familiar, unable to win this match.
Yeah. not much the opponent's going to be able to do from here. That should lock it up. And we know the sweepers are gone effectively because we got rid of the Wrath of Gods earlier.
Yeah. I guess we could check to see how many Supreme Verdicts they play. Because I imagine these decks play a mix of those cards.
Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, this Underworld Connections has been huge. I mean, this has been good for like 7 cards.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous.
And they've been relevant. When you look at the number of lands that he's drawn along the way, like those 7 cards have mattered. Yep, and that's the match.
So I actually took a quick look. It's kind of funny. The opponent, Fixx, played 3 Supreme Verdict, 2 Wrath of God. So actually, there were quite a few more sweepers still left to draw.
Yeah, could have still been exciting.
Yeah.
Still could have been there, but I think it would have been tough as well, just because you would have been sitting on the Underworld Connections with your hand empty, and you'd been playing 2 cards to 1 card the rest of the way. But yeah, that was a good match there. Good couple of rounds, or actually a good couple of matches in that round. Sorry.
Yeah, they were a lot more grindy than the other ones we've seen, where people have been dead by like turn 5. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we will come back with more Magic here in a few minutes.
All right, see y'all.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Oh, I don't need this. Did you miss me? I hope so. Jarvis, what's up?
I missed you.
Aw, thanks, Jarvis. I was also worried because I didn't check if you'd come back from grabbing your drink, and I was like, oh no, what if Jarvis is not here? But you are, and you're great. How was the last round? It looked a little long, if I'm not going to.
It's great. We got to watch two relatively grindy matchups instead of people dying instantly. So more Magic to watch. Great for the cast. Great for the stream.
That's awesome.
I'm always happy to watch more Magic.
Of course. Speaking of which, we are actually not out of round 6. There is one outstanding matchup, we're not. It's sort of near the end of the matchup. It would take a little bit to jump over, but they are streaming. So if you wanted to pull up a second stream, it is / Mike Brill MTG. It's a Bant mirror, so of course things are going medium. But while we're here, we can talk a little bit about how things are shaking up near the top. So what I thought we could do is look at standings. They're not quite updated to round 6, but we can fill in some of the records that we know of to get us through. And, we can always pick up a deck that we want to check out. So for standings right now, we do have, I believe Tim Hatch did play Lev, both of the 5-0s. And Tim won, so that puts Tim at 6-0, and Lev falling to 5-1. Then we have a couple other players that were sitting in the 4-1 world, and I actually don't quite know the results, but I can kind of dig through them if I can find my page. So we got, let's see, Jack Kiefer. How did Jack do this round? I wish I was much better at finding records. So it looks like Jack does advance to 5-1, which would be playing for top 8 next round 7, which is coming up. What else we got? We got Brandon Burton. How did Brandon do this round? Brandon also won this round, so we have another 5-1 player. Benjamin Whites. What's the Ben Whites up to?
Ben Whites lost to Polymorph Combo.
Ooh, so does that put Ben at 4-2?
Yeah, I think he's still alive.
Okay. Yeah, he's got some pretty decent tiebreakers, so that's pretty good. We have Philip, original round 4 feature. How did Philip do last round? Looks like Philip won, so putting them at 5-1. Ben White's, for what it's worth, is a previous winner of one of these set roulettes. Jarvis, do you happen to remember any details about that set roulette?
Why do you keep bringing this up? Yes, I remember it. I remember it in great
I don't know.
detail.
What are you talking about? Ooh, looks like we do have results. So if we can get actual standings up on the screen and so I can stop guessing, that would be great. Awesome. So they have just updated. I don't know if you need to push a button, but sweet, thank you. So we do have those. I'm teasing Jarvis. Jarvis did lose to Ben White in the finals of set roulette number 3 or 2 or one of those.
Well, number, yeah.
And I'm just teasing him. Cool. So we know Tim is in first, 6-0. We have Jack Kiefer, Lev, Kyle. We didn't really talk about has 5 wins, 5-1. We have Brandon Burton. We have Philip, who we've seen already. John Forsyth, yeah, at 5 wins. Jesse at 5 wins, and that's it. So that's all of our 5-1s. So they are all likely playing a win in. Would you say?
Yes. Yeah.
All top 8. If there were draws, would this be a lock? This would be a clean cut.
It would actually literally be a clean cut. Yeah.
But there are not, though, so which is exciting. So it does mean all 7 of those players are going to play, and so because of that, there will be some X and 2s that will make it into top 8, and that's where tiebreakers come in. So we want to pay attention to players at the top of the 5-1s right now with some pretty good breakers. So if they lose, they'll likely be in. So that's Jack and Lev. We want to pay attention to some of the top of the 4 and 2s because they have some pretty good breakers. So that's Matthew and Benjamin. So really the round, it's not quite resolved. I assume we'll find a feature that will feature one or some of these players, as some of them are already in our feature match area. And we'll get a result. And it's pretty cool because, I understand it in paper ways. This is definitely just a clean cut, as they call it. And, Matthew in 9th is like, oh, no, that sucks. But in this tournament, you got to play. So it does leave a little bit more of excitement for everybody in the tournament. So So it looks like we're going to be jumping likely to Benjamin White's, hopefully. Oh, no, we're doing awards at the end of round 7. So we got time for that later. But I saw a message saying that it looks like we're going to head and watch Ben White. So we just have to wait for them to actually pick a channel and be in. Jarvis, how you feeling? Is this day working out the way you thought it would?
Yeah, I was pretty sure going into it that people do want to play with Flash because you don't really get to play with this type of deck in a lot of formats. And so people would want to find the best version of Flash to play in the tournament, like getting an edge in the mirrors, getting an edge versus the control decks. Those are the primary goals. And then people like Sandy Dog they're always just going to try to beat down,
Yeah, so just scanning through this, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 polymorph combo. I have to assume that's a Flash deck, right?
It might be both.
Okay, I'll go back and check. So we have 6 of the top 8 are confirmed Flash decks of some variety, and what's this polymorph deck? Let's see.
Oh, it's Flash with 1 polymorph in the deck.
Oh, it actually has polymorph.
Yeah, so it has 4 Inkmoth Nexus, so you can just polymorph an Inkmoth Nexus either into a Worm or a Consecrated Sphinx.
Oh, wow, that's sweet.
Yep.
Okay, so we are going to be pairing round 7, our final round, which is pretty exciting. It looks like we are definitely watching Benjamin White's. We are stalling because they are not in their channel yet, but they will get in shortly. New to this feature world, never really been featured on anything before. Not like a Pro Tour Finals top 8 or anything like that. So, this will be good. Ben is playing. Actually, of all this vamping, I don't even know what Ben is on.
He's playing Teamer Flash Worm.
Okay, so actually this is pretty new. So can you talk us to us a little bit? We've seen the Grixis decks, we've seen the mono blue decks. I think there's a blue-white version of Flash out there, like a Bant version, I guess I should say. Like, what is happening with Ben's deck?
So I can go through all of it because I've been lurking in the Discord that they were working in. Ben basically at the beginning asked, can someone build me a Teamer mana base for Flash? Because he wanted to play with Goblin Electromancer, Living Wish, and Cunning Wish.
Okay.
So the most interesting difference from this list as opposed to other lists is I think the presence of Goblin Electromancer. On its surface, it doesn't look that good in the deck, but I think in the games I've watched Ben play in playtesting, it looked really impressive. Mostly because you can Cunning Wish for Flash, and that becomes 3 mana with an Electromancer out because Cunning Wish costs 2, and Flash costs 1. Or just even comboing Living Wish and Flash on the same turn only costs 2 mana because Living Wish costs 1, Flash costs 1. So the combination of playing 8 wishes and a Goblin Electromancer as a mana reducer or a mana ramp card, I think makes this deck really powerful.
Yeah, this is a pretty different take that we've seen. Can you talk a little bit about the sideboard since we are going to be watching Ben play? It's a very one of, I assume, because it's a wish board.
Yeah. Everything except Tranquil Domain is one of, and Tranquil Domain is basically there to kill Rest in Peace. So the idea is if you need a second copy of like kill all enchantments, Tranquil Domain is your go-to. So,
sorry, Jarvis. What the heck is a global enchantment?
I believe nowadays they would call that a non-aura enchantment.
Interesting.
So
okay.
like, things like pacifism are not killed by Tranquil Domain. Things like Fire's Invasion would be killed by Tranquil Domain.
Cool. It does look like... sorry, we might just need to do this. Okay. I did it. Okay, so it looks like Ben is ready to go. So we're going to jump down to that match in a second. Yeah, Ben is unfortunately only sharing his window, not his screen. So we're going to have to make do with some black screens every so often, but we understand what's happening. So Ben is actually playing against, let me see, I didn't look at the pairings. Ben is playing against
Is it Matt
John
Sorrento?
Forsyth that is on this polymorph combo that I was asking about, which is technically still a flash deck in some variety, but it is playing one.
Oh. That was the last round.
Oh, that was round. Sorry,
you just have
wrong button.
He's playing against Jim Davis, playing Tanglewire Rock.
Okay, you guys saw this round last time. You saw this deck last round. Tell me a little bit about it.
So Jim's deck is like what we would call like Abzan Rock, essentially. But the linchpin card, I think, is Tanglewire, which is a really powerful card from Cube, which you might know from Cube. The idea is to disrupt your opponent, get a clock going, and play a Tanglewire to lock them out for a few turns while you beat them down with like a Thrun or a 3/3 or something like that. Locks on Smiter.
I think this is, this or the Golgari deck we saw a couple rounds ago is really a space I would be in because it's just got creatures and it looks fun. Yeah. The only one Thrun is sad. There should be more. But this is fun. This is doing things that I would like to do. Call of the Conclave. I like it. I guess that. Yeah. Okay. This is cool. Lots of creatures. How do you think it stacks up against a bunch of worms?
So Jim did lose to the flash deck he played against. I think really what the matchup revolves around is whether Jim can strip the Flash Hulk combo from his opponent's hand via Duress and Cabal Therapy. If that doesn't happen, he's going to get warmed, and if he doesn't, then he's probably okay.
Cool. So we are getting to the match. I promise. This has all been happening while we're chatting. The players are ready to go. They're just challenging each other on Modo. And I think we have a match to watch, which is exciting. Okay, we do have a small update that Jim Davis's internet did crash. Hopefully it is back.
Hopefully.
And yeah, otherwise you're just going to hear us. I am seeing Ben White's screen looking at our Discord. So yeah, I'm really, really interested. So you're saying like from day one, Ben has like, I'm playing Teamer. Like Ben just
No. Ben did not have that. So Ben was between Mirari Wake Control and Flash of some sort. But I think Ben was like, oh, can I play with these cards? Can someone build a mana base for me? And
okay.
I think Ty actually ended up building the mana base. Our mono black infect player ended up building the Teamer Flash mana base for Ben. And then Jacob Negro built the sideboard, the wish board. So it was definitely a team effort there.
Okie dokie. Always my favorite time to hang out with Jarvis and with no Magic to watch.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
So why don't we check out Jim Davis's sideboard, since we think that this might be, some things, tough times here with lots of green 5/5s coming our way. So what's the sideboard plan for Jim Davis?
So in the last match we saw Jim play, he did not actually have Rest in Peace in on the play, even though it's like a hate piece for his Flash because it disables the 5/5s being made. I think this time he probably will have them in no matter what, because Ben's deck really does need to Flash to put in a big creature. There's really not much to it besides that.
Right. Some of the other lists that we've seen have other ways of putting in creatures.
Right.
What was that red card that you talked about?
Stronghold Gambit.
Yeah, that's an example of that. So, it doesn't look like Ben has that at all, right? He's just all in the Flash plan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But it looks like we can get down to the match now.
Yeah. Let's play some Magic. So it looks like Ben has...
Mulligan.
I don't know. So this is a mulligan to 6. What do you think of the 6 then? It had a worm, it had 2 lands, it had a wish, memory lapse.
Yeah, so wish is a slow access to Flash. because so he could do it on turn 4. It's a little bit slow, but you're playing against a heavy discard deck, so I personally would not want to mulligan too low, if that makes sense.
No, I'm living that life in the Thoughtseize world right now.
Yeah, exactly. The discard spells are a little bit less powerful than Thoughtseize in this format. Duress and Cabal Therapy are not as good as Thoughtseize, but they still serve their role, right? And you don't want to over mulligan versus those cards.
So Memory Lapse is sort of a remand. It's a slower remand, or I guess.
Well, it's different because it denies your opponent a new draw step, which in some ways is better.
Do we have a worm in our sideboard as well? Or
Yep.
Yeah, we do. So we have both pieces in our sideboard.
Yep, but you cannot Cunning Wish for the worm, obviously. You can Living Wish for the worm.
Of course. I totally know what all the wishes do. I'm just kidding. That makes sense. So the Cunning Wish is just, for instance, what's Living Wish?
Lands or creatures, which is why there's a basic island in the sideboard.
Gotcha. I did see that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that land?
It's Mountain Valley. It's like Wooded Foothills, except it comes into play tapped.
Okay.
It's literally just Wooded Foothills that comes into play tapped, but it doesn't.
Land,
yeah, but it doesn't cost you. It doesn't cost you any life.
Okay.
To do that. So
Jim has played some 1-drops, Deathrite Shaman and Dryad Militant, I believe.
Yep.
Which is pretty exciting. I actually really like Deathrite Shaman and was weirdly excited for it. I don't really know why.
Whoa! That's so much better. So
showing everybody they are very good at this game of Magic the Gathering, and drew the card they did not have even after Duress, flash part of their combo.
So the most brutal part about this is Jim's not going to play around it because I don't think it's correct to do so. So he's just going to attack and get flashed, which will basically just end the game on the spot.
Right. Jim's deck is really, you can't really just not attack. That's how his deck wins.
No. I think that's ridiculous. And the sick part is, I
have a question. Do we not feel that Dryad Militant and Deathrite Shaman are a little bit of a numbo? Or are we never exiling instance with Deathrite?
I understand what you're saying. Well, all joking aside, Dryad Militant did not look good there. Really joking aside, I don't think that's too much of an issue.
Okay. I was curious.
Your own sorceries you can still drain from your graveyard.
Cool. So one thing you have noticed a couple of times throughout these rounds is people are scooping to the combo flash because I think one of the cool things about this format is we get to highlight 6 sets, play them together, play powerful cards, but we're not making a long-lasting standard format or a legacy format at all. This is just play the coolest cards, and that's kind of it. And you'll notice that does mean some of these combos get kind of annoying after a while, and I believe it's likely that this flash worm combo is one of them. It's hard over time to just have 3 5/5s in your face when you're a creature beatdown deck. So you will potentially see some early concessions, which we saw earlier in other matchups as well. And that makes sense. We're not building this format to last forever. We're just trying to do some powerful things for a little bit. So bear with us when you see that. Everyone can play Magic at the rate that they want to play. And if they don't want to play anymore, that is okay.
Well, so the sickest part of that, I think, is what Jim realizes. His deck has no outs to 3 worms being in play. He can't actually remove them with Maelstrom Pulse or something like that. The white-blue decks have Detention Sphere and Supreme Verdict, but Jim's deck doesn't have something like that. So once the worms are in play, and it's inside of the combat step, so he gets to eat a 2/1 for free. And one of Jim's land was City of Brass, and he was at 16. So the game was virtually over, even if he wanted to play another turn or two.
Right.
So...
but we are done with sideboarding. I have to admit, I did not pay too much attention to it. I don't imagine Ben sideboards that much, to be fair, because wish boards and all. But...
Yeah, well, so what I mentioned, Ben sided in 1 Tranquil Domain because it has Mystical Tutor in his deck, so he can tutor for the Tranquil Domain to kill Rest in Peace. And I believe he considered Electrickery. I don't know if it actually ended up in the deck.
I will say Ben's start is currently fantastic, as he has proven in the past. He does have 2 flashes and a worm, but it's still weak to discard because no black mana over there for Jim Davis though.
Okay. Okay.
Speaking of weak to, it is also still weak to a rest in peace. So okay, how do we get out of this? Can we Cunning Wish or something?
We can Cunning Wish for Tranquil Domain.
Okay.
And the nice thing about Tranquil Domain is that it kills all copies of Rest in Peace, because it says destroy all non-aura enchantments.
Nice. Okay, so we'll need to make our land drop here, end step Cunning Wish. How much does Tranquil Domain cost?
1 and a green. So if Ben draws an untapped land, he can just shove it in Jim's face.
Right. So if Jim does have a discard spell here, that is going to be pretty tough for Ben to come back from, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. But okay, a 3/3. Do we have a Cabal Therapy to follow up?
Oh.
Or no?
No. So we did shock. I guess we needed a green. That's probably why we shocked. So we are going to go to Wishing. We'll grab this card. So we need to draw a land here to potentially win. Did not do that. We're going to Sleight of Hand instead. So the Tranquil Domain is also an instant, as we sort of talked about. Ooh. So do you put the land or the Electromancer?
I would take the land as well.
Okay.
So if the problem is, if you take Electromancer, you're not even allowed to tap out for it this turn, because you want to play around Cabal Therapy on Flash.
Okay, and that's with the memory lapse is what you're talking about?
Yeah. I think Ben is trying to assess what's the worst case scenario for him. If he taps out for Electromancer and gets Therapied for Flash, his game plan is like falling apart completely. So,
okay. And by, just so we're clear, Jim can name Cabal Therapy, name Flash, with Cabal Therapy, and then sack a creature to do it again. So that's what you're referring to, taking both flashes?
No, Cabal Therapy just
it takes
gets
all copies?
Yeah.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're back in business. We have a Flash, we have a Worm, we have no Rest in Peace. What does Jim do here?
Probably just attack with everything and hope nothing bad happens. Jim's last card last turn was very likely to be a land based on how the turns played out, because he didn't do anything.
He's also pausing on this attack step. This is a tough one. I take it back. I don't know if I could play Jim's deck with this, just knowing every turn there were going to be worms. Oh, no. Too many worms.
Yeah, so the one unique thing about Ben and Jacob and them's deck is they play Incinerate. So you're not necessarily safe even if you block. Like, you can just get burned out for 3 extra damage,
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's actually pretty scary. It was a good observation for Ben and Jacob. They said, a lot of games my opponent ends at 3 or 2. Combination of shock lands and,
Right. And then 15
land.
damage coming across. Well, Speaking of coming across, we are going to try and flash in our worm. We do have counterspell backup to whatever Jim could do, which is not a lot. So soon, welcome to the world, 3 brand new 5/5 worms.
Yep.
Who I believe plan on blocking. At least my worms would.
My worms would also block. I think Jim's very sad because this is basically Wrath of God attached to 3 5/5 worms.
Right. Doesn't look like we have any removal for any of those worms, so they all get a block. And that is likely... Oh, hold on. There we go. Can't be countered.
Nope.
So we'll live to fight another day with our 4/4, our Loxodon.
Yeah, but the weird thing is double Incinerate's still lethal.
What are you thinking about? You're just end step Incinerate here?
Yeah. It's just I guess no. I think Ben was figuring it out too. It's lethal because you essentially force through 9 damage because 1 gets absorbed, and then so it's 9 + 6, which is 15.
So Banish is doing his due diligence, making sure there's nothing that he didn't think of before he does this likely attack for lethal. Going to combat, swinging with those wormy boys. Do you think Jim will block?
I mean, probably not, but it's kind of irrelevant either way.
Right, which is why he probably won't, because he knows of Incinerate.
Yeah.
We did that, and that is likely the game and the match, I believe. So that is Ben winning very quickly with his Teamer Flash deck. And so now we're going to head back to us. Hello, welcome back. And let's go find us some other Magic to watch. What will it be? What will it be?
It's fun. Nice.
So we're going to head over and watch, let me see. I think it is, and I'm Lev. I believe that's who we're watching, right?
Yeah, so it looks like it is Sultai Flash versus Mono Blue Flash.
This is against Jack Kiefer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is against Jack Kiefer. Both of these players, I believe, are 5-1, if I'm correct. Yeah.
Yep.
So they're both at 5-1. So likely, honestly, both will make it in, I think, with a loss. They both are top of the 5-1 standings. Jack with 66 win percentage and Lev with 63. So we're likely looking at losing in, but let's see what happens. So, okay, we have this is just blue. Is it Sultai Flash? Sultai Flash with both the Flash and Days in hand. How do you feel about going for it?
Probably have to because you don't have any cantrips or anything.
Yeah, it looks like we chose not to. Looks like we're maybe going for it. Maybe no, probably not. Maybe just choosing to wait, see if maybe Jack does something on instep. That might be a possibility.
Yeah. It's going to be a weird game of chicken in a lot of ways, I think, is how I would put it. Because the first person to act is down 2 mana, essentially, right?
Right. And I guess maybe some cards.
I'm going to check how many...
So it does look like we're still just chilling. Jack actually had to go to discard. Ooh, now we have Counterspell and Days backup. I'm feeling a little bit more confident. How about you?
I am too, but weirdly enough, the card that Jack discarded is actually better in his graveyard than in his hand.
Yeah. We saw that card a couple times when we watched Jack. So this one exiles a bunch of cards in your graveyard. Like, you basically get to use your graveyard to pay for the spell, right?
Yeah, so that card is a weird card. You have to exile blue cards.
Oh, right.
It's a very weird one from the
So
old
unfortunately, this Days is not going to do much.
Nope. Dispel is really, really powerful, and that's what I was checking for, how many dispels people have.
Okay, well, hey, maybe eventually we'll be able to cast this Swarm.
I don't know about that. I mean, it is hypothetically possible. There's enough green sources in the deck, but I think it's also just not going to work out. I think what's going to happen now is Jack is going to bury his opponent with card selection.
Right, because he gets to end step
Flash of Insight
for
4.
Is this another one of those fetch lands that went into play?
Yeah,
Cunning Wish.
It's the blue-black one from that cycle.
Cunning Wish probably getting Flash.
It does get Flash. How did you know? You're so smart.
I'm so smart. Hire me, everybody. So Flash is now in Jack's hand, though still choosing not to do anything. Jack playing a pretty patient game, and we are playing a game of get closer to 11 mana. We are so not close.
We're at 8, and our opponent's
3 lands away. What was that one? That was just a
accumulated knowledge.
Okay. Mill 2. They errated that card to say mill.
Yeah, mental note says mill now.
That's nice. I like that. What do you think? Does this really say that Jack doesn't have it here, or is just playing with his food?
I feel like what it actually says is Jack feels no need to rush and just set up like a bunch of protection.
It looks like we're maybe going for it now. I mean, it's very clear that we have at least a worm in our hand. Oh, we're going with Flash of Insight. Perfect.
Yeah, so that is look at your top 7 and put the best one into your hand.
Yeah, so it's Dig Through Time, but you only
half of half of Dig Through Time's a lot worse. So.
Okay, so this is probably going to be tough for left to deal with in this game, unless we get 2 more land drops, and then I think we have a shot. Oh, okay, maybe not.
No, we don't have a shot because the problem is you'll be at
Yeah, I know.
3, right?
I know. I'm over here just trying. Okay, just trying, Jarvis.
Yeah, you are trying.
Okay.
Oh, Gleb has a bunch of Cyclonic Rifts in his deck. That's not a Cyclonic Rift.
That's not. This looks like this is the match. So, as I said, I'm not at all confident. I'm not a scientist in any way, but it is possible that even with a lost Lev will still make our top 8 due to their tiebreakers being quite high. So we're going to play another game called Let's Find Some Magic. And unfortunately, we might not be very good at this game. Let's find out. Let us see. Okay, I think that's a match result. We already saw that one. Let's see. That one's done. No, I think that's it. No, I checked tie. Tie just got a match result as I checked. Yeah, I think that's it, friends. So what we have here is, you know what we can do? Jarvis, you have something to talk to us about, don't you?
I do.
Okay, let me just wrap up and tell everyone where we're at, what we're waiting on, and then I'll let you go to town. So we are waiting on the tail end of round 7. We just watched a couple of matches, likely some wins that will see people into a top 8, including Ben Weitz and Jack Heifer, and potentially some other players as well, including Jack's opponent. And we're waiting on 6 matches. Once those matches have resolved and we're all content, we'll fire up the top 8, and we'll go from there. As a reminder, the top 8 is playing for prizes in store credit. So the winner of this whole shindig will get $200 to the mythicstore.com store credit. Second place will get $100. Third and fourth will get $50, and 5th through 8th will get $25 in store credit. Kind reminder, that is in Canadian, as the mythicstore.com is a Canadian store. For what we're going to do right now is one of the cool things about Set Roulette tournaments. This is our 5th one, as we've mentioned. We like to honor not just the players, not just the top 8, but also the deck building. This is, the highlight of this tournament is to look at the deck building skills. Say, what do you do with a week and a card pool of cards to choose from? What do you do with it? So to do that, we have someone that will come on and tell us the 3 categories that we highlight that is outside of doing well in the tournament. And those categories are, she says as she finds them, those categories are as follows. 1, best choice. This is, the category that says, who brought the best deck? 2, I am hearing myself, but that's okay, hopefully. Oh, it's me. Never mind, it's me. It's okay. We're good. Okay. 2 is Sweetest Brew. So that's, a category that really highlights who brought the coolest combo of cards to this tournament. And 3 is the most powerful deck that isn't best choice. So, for example, let's say a Flash deck wins, best choice, no way of knowing. What other deck is still pretty powerful that isn't that best choice? And we have had other cool people in the past come on and present. Instead, we're going to bring a cool person that's already here, and that's Jarvis. So Jarvis, what have you got to share with us today?
All right. So at around 1 o'clock, I sat down and actually clicked on every deck list in this tournament. There were quite a few. And what I was looking for was, did all of the players come to the conclusion they should play Flash or keep it in mind? And for the most part, I think that's true. So I think the best choice for this tournament is probably the best version of Flash. And in my mind, it came down to 2 groups of players who brought slightly different versions of a Flash deck. In my opinion, the Teamer and Grix's Flash decks are the best versions. And then I sat there for a while, and I'm like, okay, I'm having problems deciding. Let's see how some of the matches play out. What really struck me was, I think the Grixis deck is better because it gets to play a lot more one-mana interaction. The combination of Duress and Cabal Therapy, as well as having a backup plan of casting Stronghold Gambit for your Rolled Spine Worm, that put it over the top for me. I do believe the Teamer deck is close, and that's the deck played by Tim Hatch.
Cool. So we have Tim Hatch winning our first category of best deck with $10 store credit to themythicstore.com. And you can see that on screen. So you think Stronghold Gambit is really just kind of a bonus in this tournament that kind of put this deck above the others?
Yeah. Basically, I think their deck, the Grixis version, has more functional copies of Flash, because you can also Burning Wish for Stronghold Gambit. So it gives you a total effective 10 flashes, essentially. And, or not 10, 9 flashes. So 9 ways to put a big creature into play that'll do something.
Cool. Okay, well, let's talk about our second category. That is the Sweetest Brew category. So what did you think of for the sweetest brew category?
So I was looking for a deck that didn't operate on any of the normal axes and that was still trying to win, because it's pretty easy to just put a pile of cards together and call it a brew without trying to win, you know? So my choice for that category was a deck built by Matthew Watts, and this is Mono Black Oppression. The person who designed the deck named it Oppression, but in my mind, Impression is not the key card to this deck. Ensnaring Bridge is.
Right. So can we talk about what Oppression does just quickly?
Okay. So Oppression is a 1 black enchantment from 7th edition. Whenever a player plays a spell, that player discards a card from his or her hand.
Wow.
But in my mind, this deck is not really about that card. It's more about Ensnaring Bridge. And I thought about it more and more. The format operates on 2 primary axes, I think. One is maybe the aggro decks that try to be fast enough to beat the combo decks. The other axis is attacking with a bunch of 5/5 worms. I guess the third axis is, counterspell your opponent to death. I think this deck actually looks like it's reasonably positioned versus all 3 of those. Obviously, I don't know exactly what happened in the tournament, but it sort of looks like to me that this is a reasonable choice to attack the metagame in an unknown way.
Sweet. So that is $10 in store credit heading over to Matthew Watts, which brings our final category, which is a category that I would love a new title to. So if you ever have a better title, please tweet at me at the Mighty Linguini. Nope, just at Mighty Linguini, sorry, on Twitter. But our current category name is Most Powerful Deck That Isn't Best Choice. Feel free to rebrand it. I would love that. That winner, who is that, Jarvis?
All right. So again, I know this person worked with the Ben White's Jacob conglomerate. It was Ty Thomason playing Black Infect. I think the deck name sort of describes what the deck is trying to do in one shot. So which I appreciate personally. When I scrolled past it, I knew exactly what I was getting in for. I think this deck does also attack the metagame in a slightly different way, but it's a lot more consistent at doing it. Its plan is to just disrupt its opponent a bit and present a very fast clock. In fact, creatures all have Double Strike. You know that after having played them for years. But I think the combination of Duress, Cabal Therapy, maximum amount of sort of Feast and Famine, which shows me they were really respecting Flash, and just Duress for your nut draws. I think this deck looks quite good to me, and it's the best deck that isn't the best deck.
Awesome. Sorry, I was definitely just typing. Okay, so thank you so much, Jarvis. I know that we got you to fill in for that last second. I will say I really appreciate how you approached that conversation and looking at all those deck lists. It is a good time to bring up a little bit of a comment that we would love as both production, Jarvis looking over deck lists, even just other players looking over deck lists. We would love if everybody could go outside and shout from the rooftops to name your deck correctly in MTG Melee. That'd be great. Thanks. So that we are not solving puzzles and riddles when we're trying to scan for different deck archetypes. That is actually all we really have to bring you from round 7. Unfortunately, we're still outstanding by 1 match. Let's see what match that is. So it is a blue-white flash deck versus an blue-green flash deck, or just I guess mono blue deck. Okay, mono blue flash deck with a polymorph as well. So we don't really have access to watching that match, unfortunately. And while I'd really love to stick around and hang out with you, we're sort of out of things to cover. So what I think we do need to do is take a quick break. Jarvis and I are going to join you back here for the quarters. We're going to announce the top 8 as well when we come back. So we'll see everybody, I think, in about five-ish minutes. We'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
So it's going to be a pretty interesting situation to see how this plays out.
Cool. So we are going to watch Brandon Burton play. We're just waiting for that match to start up. One thing I wanted to, answer my own question is, I want to give some sort of flavor to, or some edge, I don't know, to the mono blue variants. There's actually a couple, because I think that they're really tackling the meta against the actual flash decks, because I think if you're a patient player and you know when to flash and you know when to not, I think you're going to have a huge advantage. And there are some pretty decent players in our top 8. Some might say great players in our top 8. And so I think that's going to be where the battle happens, with all those counter spells and dispels and dazes floating around the format. So I think someone like Jack Kiefer, with all of those counters, all 4 ofs which I just named, could rise to the top here with a bit of patience, knowing when to battle. So I'm pretty excited. But for now, we're going to watch Brandon play mono red versus John Forsyth playing the polymorph version, which, just so we are on the same page, because we never really talked about it, the polymorph flash deck that they are playing is a mono blue deck with the addition of 2 things: Inkmoth Nexus as a creature land, and 1 polymorph. And polymorph is to destroy target creature and then reveal something larger. Luca is the most recent polymorph effect that we've seen. So if you're a zoomer like myself, you'll sort of understand that. And we have 2 hits in our deck. We have Worldspine Worm or good old Consecrated Sphinx. So that is what we're going to see, and I think we're going to see it. I was hoping that was enough. Oh, we are. Yes. Okay, we're going to see it now. I stalled long enough, Daquan. Okay, so we are chilling for a little bit. But
here's a topic though. Like when we're talking about top 8 tournaments, what I really want to know is, what is your go-to snack to get through a day at a long tournament when you're playing a paper event?
Oh man, this is a great question, because 1, it makes me think about paper tournaments, which I love. Big fan of those. And 2, it's something I don't do during digital tournaments that I really should start doing. It's so bad. I'm particularly not great about eating when nervous or excited or nervous. And so at paper tournaments, one of my huge flaws, like I have vivid memories of like 9 rounds, like 9th round, winning in for day 2, and I just run out of fuel. Like I just can't even like tap my cards. Like it was insane. Like this was years ago.
Oh yeah, I've won many matches long at the end of the day at a Grand Prix because round 9, 10, 11, somebody's just been tired, hungry, agitated. Yeah. Sure.
So I have been that snack person. So, I usually fly to Grand Prix as well. So I would have like granola bars. Sometimes I'd stop by the like 7-Eleven like convenience store and like just load up. Granola bars are a big one. I love me a good fruit snack. I'm a classic for like the kid snacks. I always grab some like just silly little dinosaurs or whatever. And I love sharing with people too. I find it's like a great thing, like noticing, hey, you're trailing, like you're not eating enough. Here's a granola bar. And actually, Jarvis, one of our commentators today, has done the same thing for me at one of our more recent tournaments. I think in GP New Jersey, I vividly remember he gave me over like a Cliff Bar maybe, and it really helped. So just having all that is a big thing. What about you, Daquan?
We'll get to that in a second. It looks like we're actually ready here with Sandy.
You're gonna slow roll us. I like it.
Yeah, he looks like he did mulligan twice here. Actually, he had a hand with like 6 spells and 1 mountain, and it wasn't a lot of action. So he really hesitated. Looks like we're going down to 5 cards here, though. He's gonna keep this one.
Looks like our opponents actually know each other from outside of Magic, which is awesome. So as you said, going down to 5. So which 2 cards are you putting on the bottom here? I have opinions clash.
Yeah, those mana clashes got to go.
They got to go. Oh yeah. I feel like I'm being a little unfair because those cards they're in the deck. I'm sure they've done some damage at some point today. However, I will say 1 land. It's not as obvious that you just have to get rid of a card you can cast. So
well, he opted to keep one of them.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you only have 1 land and you need some triggers from your blister coils and such, that just might be it.
Yeah.
Do you think that Mana Clash will do more damage being exiled to Niv Magus Elemental or actually clashing.
Oh, being exiled for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder
would
if that
take
happens.
those odds every day.
Yeah, that's fair. I was sharing with my roommates what decks were doing well, and they asked me right off the bat. They said, "Did Mana Clash do any damage?" And I was like, "Not that I have seen, not yet."
It did not.
Okay, no second land drop for Sandy Dog, but that's not a world we're worried about at the moment. We do have some more 1-drop creatures to play. Which is what our stack is doing. We do have the stack right where our hand is, so sometimes it's kind of confusing. But we were casting that Niv Magus Elemental, and we're gonna swing in for 1 damage.
Yep, that's all we can do. You gotta get in while you can.
Yeah, because otherwise there'll be worms in our way.
Sad but true.
We're gonna attack in.
All right, moving to the attack for a whole 1 to put the opponent down to 19.
Only 19 more damage to go. We got this. We've got 3 and infinite damage in our hand, Daquan. That Mana Clash could be anything. Could be any number.
It could, or it could just be 2 counters.
Okay, it's probably that. And for what it's worth, we are just teasing a card that's in the deck. Sandy Dog is great, and these red decks have to play something, and that's totally fine. Cards that have a high ceiling and a low floor sometimes get made fun of a little bit, but we are not at any means making fun of anyone playing the card.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation for Sandy Dog. I mean, your opponent's sitting there with 2 mana up.
Yeah.
So even if you do have something, there's a chance it's a spell counter, even if it's not flash. So you're not going to really progress a whole lot on this turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, we just have to play this Ash Zealot and hope and pray that we don't get wormed.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
This is not worms, so we'll take it. Something.
Yeah, that definitely beats the alternative. I mean, this could have been a much worse scenario here. All right, obviously can't pay for it.
You know what? Now is a great time. Sandy Dog is actually doing some of the hard work for us. They are plugging some of the other tournaments hosted by the Mythic Society, which is our host for this tournament. And that includes some weekly tournaments, including, Monday has Standard at 1 p.m. Tuesday's got some Commander. Cool. It's a little bit new, so follow them on Twitter for that. We have Pre-Modern on Wednesdays, Historic on Thursdays, and Pre-Modern on Fridays. Those are all tournaments that get you a variety of store credit. It looks like 4-0 gets you $10. So thanks, Sandy Dog, for the plug. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and those are formats that not everybody's running a lot of events for either. Nope. So if you want to get to play in some unique situations and play some fun formats that nobody's really running right now, this is one of the few places you can do it.
Yeah, one thing that I think a world where we're all kind of encouraged to be inside and playing on our devices, like computers, has meant that a lot of Standard and a lot of other formats are being played, and that can lead to some one-deck formats, like might be happening right now in Standard, we'll see, and that leaves the people like the Mythic Society running these cool tournaments that are not that, to really brighten up our day, being like, oh, I can go play some other things out there, like Settler Roulette and Pre-Modern. I don't really actually know what Pre-Modern is, but it sounds really fun. And I think that's awesome. I think that's so cool that we're out there just, trying new things while we're all chilling at home.
All right, we're going to try to resolve a lava dart.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
For a whole 1 point, but also pumping up that weird there.
So I have some concerns. Our opponent missed their 3rd land drop, maybe even their 4th land drop. No, we were on the play, right? Yeah, so our 3rd land drop. So if we can't assume their hand is all lands, so that's a category we can't live in. So is this the turn we get wormed is really the problem?
Maybe. That only really happens if they had one or the other half, and then they just drew it over the last turn, I would think. Because they weren't going to...
You think the turn they dazed, they didn't have it?
Yeah, because they did. You just flash and then try to daze a thing then.
Okay, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
If they had it. I mean, so
are we clashing? Are we clashing?
Maybe.
Oh, we are going.
Oh, we're just gonna flash. Yeah, just flashing it back, sacrificing them out, and get the extra damage.
2 counters. 2 counters.
Pump the weird.
2 counters.
Get the counters.
Okay.
And this is what I'm saying. When you're watching somebody like Sandy Dog play a red deck, there's a lot of lines of play you may not consider that you'll watch Sandy do it and go like, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. But you wouldn't have seen it as obvious sometimes.
Right. Okay, well, let's see what happens here. So now we have 2 3/3s coming across the board. And I assume we're going to play this Mana Clash because why not, right?
Maybe? Yeah, here we go. Because I thought we were going to go to attack step for a second.
Yeah, I was a little curious about that. How do you feel about, getting rid of one of our lands, even with a 2-mana spell in our hand?
I'm kind of okay with it because it's going to result in more damage this turn.
Okay.
And really you only need one more land, but having 1 versus 2 isn't humongous here with what you're just staring at.
Oh, okay. As predicted, Mana Clash is becoming 2 counters on Blister Coil. Weird.
Yep. And it looks like it's going to resolve.
Which, interestingly enough, does put it out of range of 1 worm. Yep. Unfortunately, not 2 worms. But hey, silver linings.
This is a big hit here. This is huge. I mean, hopefully they don't have. I don't even think they're playing unsummon. So this is a big hit.
Okay. Here we go across. We got 7 more damage to do. I wasn't really paying attention. I think that was a mill spell and a mystical tutor. So it does look like we probably. No, never mind. That was milled. My apologies.
All right, opponent's at 7. Okay, does find a third land.
That's a blocker. I mean, come on, Nexus is a blocker. If they wanted to be.
Yeah, so now we are looking for another land. So if they do go to activate the land, you can shoot it.
Yeah, that would be ideal because then that would actually be lethal should that all happen. So we have some sleight of hand. Let's see what our opponent can brew up. When I first got into Modern, it's always around when you're playing Paper Magic to make sure that your opponents are playing the game as intended. And throughout your history of Magic, you will likely come across someone who didn't. And so when I was first playing, I was warned, you make sure you watch people, what they're doing. And they talk, people would share different ways they know people would maybe not play the Magic the way they're supposed to. And one of those is doing some sort of sleight of hand. And I was always so upset that there was a card named Sleight of Hand. I was like, this isn't fair. I'm supposed to be watching for this to happen. Oh, no.
Yep, and unfortunately, there is the flash. So here comes a World Spine Worm.
That's a tough one.
And this is likely going to have us going to game 2.
Yeah, I don't know too much of Sandy Dog's list that can handle this, especially with only 1 land in.
Well, I say that. I mean, they are blocking 1. Okay, they're going to double block. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, so we're on a 2-turn clock. If we had drawn a land this turn, I still think it's not enough because we don't really... we have flames.
Well, if you drew a land, you could have actually incinerated one of them,
right?
And then you would have pumped your weird, so you would have at least traded there and been only staring at 1 token.
Yeah, and we have Flame Rift in our deck. So, okay, hear me out. What could have happened is if we draw on that turn, we could incinerate plus draw Flame Rift the next turn. That is 7 damage. However, the likelihood of all that resolving is pretty rough. So
yeah.
Here we are in sideboarding instead. We have seen this sideboarding plan before. It involves 3 ensnaring bridges, 4 of the card I will definitely say correctly, Sirocco, which unfortunately we did see get cast, and a little lackluster, but here we are. The Gutter Snipes come out, which we saw before. Some of the expensive burn spells come out, like Volcanic Hammer, and of course, my personal favorite, the Mana Clash, is out of there.
Not a surprise. I mean, I think all day it's one of those cards that it kind of has a purpose, but I think it's just once you know what you're playing against, you're probably siding it out every time throughout the day.
And this is just how the red decks are. Sometimes you've got to play. There's only 2. It's very clear, it's not considered the strongest card in our deck, and we got to make space for those ensnaring bridges. So here we go. I would love to see a game where Sandy Dog gets that ensnaring bridge into play, stops those worms, and just burns their opponent out. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's very possible it happened. I mean, he is only playing 3 instead of 4. But yeah, it's definitely a thing that if he gets it in hand, it's just a matter if it's just going to resolve, right? Because we know all these decks are playing so many spell counters, it feels like, that it's going to be really hard to sneak that through.
Okay. There's some commotion.
Oh, another news while we're waiting, I can tell you my general thing for tournaments whenever I need something to eat or snack on during a long day is I'm usually carrying at least 1 bottle of water.
Okay.
I have some type of gummy snacks. Like I'm terrible about gummy snacks. I'm like an 8-year-old kid. Matter of fact,
me too.
I've got this tin. There's a local place called Lolly and Pops, and I have a tin from them that I bought because I get a huge discount when I go in and just fill this up. So I literally fill it up to the point that I'm smushing it down and like holding it while I take it to the register and just smile sheepishly, and they're like, "You're good." And then we pay for it. I take this. So I have gummy candies, sunflower seeds, and if I'm carrying anything else, it's going to be any flavor of goldfish that aren't the regular goldfish.
Okay. Okay, good to know. I like it. Well, that was Snacks and Stuff with the Quan and Caroline. Stay tuned for more segments like this in the future. Okay, so we have a 7. Well, I'm happy with this 7.
This hand's a great hand, honestly. This is a much better keeper. Yeah, you're going to start with some 2/2s. You're going to play creatures through the first 3 turns. If you want to. I mean, you can also just play Sirocco and try to hit him for 12-ish damage, potentially.
Yeah,
so,
let's do it.
Yeah, there's a lot happening here.
Okay, let's go. Brandon, we're just waiting actually on our opponent, not on Brandon, but let's go, Frosty the Snowman. What you got? Yeah, I guess what's actually happening is they're deciding whether or not to mulligan. Looks like they did mulligan, I think.
Yeah, mulligan to 6 cards.
Yeah. There we go. Now I can actually see the screen. Helpful. Okay, so what do you think? Frosty the Snowman's plan here is just to have Flash Hulk or not Hulk, Flash Worm in our opening hand, like.
Not just that, but if you can get some type of counter spells early to just buy you a little bit of time, that's also one of the things you'd be looking for, I think. Just to get you through the first couple, because with this type of hand, when Sandy Dog's on the play, can come out really fast. So you may even want to hope you get something like a Daze or whatever, just to get you through a couple of turns. Maybe a Dispel in case they have like an early shock or something while they're trying to pump their creatures. Just anything to reduce damage over those first couple of turns, I think, is what you'd be looking for.
So how are you feeling on this turn? Do you want to just Sirocco, or do you want to play some creatures?
I think I would get creatures onto the table first.
Okay, that's interesting, because I had it. So I was thinking one of the nice things about playing Sirocco now is that they can't flash in response.
True.
But I don't know if that's like, it does mean that they'll pay 4 life for it, but instead they'll actually dispel it.
That's what I was concerned about, though, here. If you do get something like Dispel happening, or anything else that could be a problem there, the issue is that now you've given up some of your extra damage and tempo over the first couple of turns. I would have rather, but again, he plays way more red decks than I do. But for me, being a different style of aggro player, I would have just leaned toward getting the other creatures out first, then force them to deal with the spells after that.
Okay. So we're heading into combat, bringing in this 2/2, add it again. Go, little Crackler, go. Cackler, no R.
So the Unleashed Cackler gets in for 2, puts the opponent to 16, playing a second Cackler. And I imagine we're probably going to run both of these other 1-mana creatures out here.
Can't see why not. We're really only scared of worms, and they're not going to do much good in our hands. So out we go. This is a decent amount of damage coming across if we can manage it. Oh, dazed.
Again, this feels okay because, again, it's kind of, if they had Flash, wouldn't they have just played that anyway last turn? It's always kind of tough because you feel like if they had it, they just run it out.
I I feel like in this matchup, you just run it out because we just can't interact with it in any way.
So if I was in Sandy Dog's spot, I would feel mostly safe here. And if I'm just wrong, I'm just wrong.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. So we're going to go to Brandon's untap and draw a Blister Coil Weird, and then let's get in there. Do you cast this Volcanic Hammer?
Well, you're not really pumping anything up, but I mean, you are getting the damage through, so just go for it.
So one thing I was thinking about last turn was which order of the 1-drops did you want to play? Like, I was wondering if Blister Coil Weird, maybe it's not more damage in the long run. It's like hard to tell.
Yeah, the only interesting thing here is like, is there a world where you want to attack first?
We're not doing this. Okay. We are just casting the Volcanic Hammer. It looked like we were considering exiling it to Blister Coil, or sorry, Blister Coil. No.
Oh, you're talking to the Niv-Magus Elemental.
Yeah. They look so similar, and they're from the same set. I don't know how anyone did it. It's so confusing.
Okay, so we did it. We
got across the finish line, so no flash. For your read is correct. There's just no way.
Yeah, so now it's probably just a matter of what cards do they play to either draw extra cards or search some way, to get to the flash. Or, I guess, the World's Spine Worm, whichever half they're missing.
Right. So the mono blue decks play not a ton of ways to do that. So they have Cunning Wish, so that gets the flash. They don't have a way of getting a worm.
Well, there was an accumulated knowledge to draw an extra card there.
Sure, yeah. But, okay, we do have, so we've got a lot of damage in play. It's not actually currently 8, and it's still not 8 because we drew Mountain. But here we go. Attack for 6.
Any instant would have been good there, but...
unfortunately, yeah.
Did not get one, so we're going to end up, at best, putting the opponent down to 2.
So here's the thing. If we can get across here and get our opponent to 2 and then get flashed, then we have some outs, right? We've got a lot of damage in our deck that's for 2. What we don't have a lot of damage in our deck for is for 8. So here we go. So step 1 is we got across the finish line for 2. So even if, worst case scenario, we get flashed after this, so let's say the Cunning Wish now, or what? Oh, or this works too. It was a cyclonic grid for just one creature. Oh, I got so confused. Because I'm used to that being overloaded, so I got really mixed up.
Yeah, definitely wasn't overloaded there.
Okay, so I think that's it. Yeah, so there wasn't really much that the Flash player could do. That does mean we're going to Game 3 in this quarterfinals. I don't see a ton of changes here. Can you anything on your mind in terms of changes in this matchup?
No, not realistically. I mean, the game doesn't change much whether you're on the play or the draw. I mean, really, unfortunately for Brandon, I think it's really just whether his opponent has the cards or not. I mean, you don't really have any way to interact with them. You don't have any way to counter them. You don't have a way to remove the 5/5s once they're in the play. So it's just, can you get a fast start and don't allow your opponent more than, say, 4 turns if possible?
Yeah, well, let's see how it goes. Yeah, so Sandy Dog is writing in chat, which is something I wasn't so sure about. I didn't really want to make an opinion either way. But there was that turn where we cast the 2 1-drops, the ones that look very similar, but they are different. And it looks like they're acknowledging that they potentially wanted to play. They wanted the Blister Coil Weird to resolve, and they didn't care as much about the Niv-Magus, which sort of makes sense because the Blister Coil Weird gets pumped through any spell, and that spell gets to resolved. Whereas in the Niv-Magus case, you have to not resolve the spell, and I don't think that's a spot that Brandon necessarily wanted to be in that spot in the game. Worked out okay. We got there in the end, but interesting, self-reflection in the chat here.
Well, that's one of the biggest things. I think if somebody wants to be better at Magic, I think just always trying to blame it on the shuffler, or I got unlucky, or my opponent top decked the thing. At some point you have to say, okay, was there something I could do differently?
Right.
Or even when you win, say like, man, what did I do wrong that almost blew that game? You know, because just looking at whether you won or lost doesn't tell you the whole story. You know, being results oriented is just going to get you in trouble more often than not.
Agreed. I'm keeping this hand every day. You know, does the things that my deck wants to do.
Yep.
So here we go. Both players kept 7, it looks like. Some sleight of hand for our opponent, and we'll head over to our turn, Brandon's turn, and cast likely this Blister Coil Weird, unless we draw a 2/2.
Yeah, sadly, sleight of hand doesn't really tell us enough of anything other than they just got to look at a card and pick one.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Okay, well, here we go. A 1/1 versus the world.
All right, well, they're tapping for a sleight of hand. That's good news.
That is good news. That it means we're not getting flashed on this turn, and to be honest, likely means they don't have it.
Or the bad news is they have what they wanted, but they were looking for a second land.
Oh, okay, that's a reasonable take too. I forgot about that. My the thing we've really established here is if they have it, they have it. There's just no reason to play around it.
Sure.
Now, I will say, Brandon's hand is a lot of damage. It's 10, 12 damage and burn. Still across a lot of turns. So flash on this turn would have been tough. But if we can get a couple more chip points in, we could do this. Like, we have a lot of burn in our hand.
Oh,
this
definitely.
could work.
And you have land to help you get there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're not really even worried about what you're going to need to cast that stuff. It's just, can you outrace the opponent's options?
Sorry.
Whoa, what was that? He was already going to try to concede? Like, what?
I think maybe going to auto yield, but it gets my heart racing every time. I'm just like, oh no.
Yeah, I was like, don't misclick there. Like,
that was a tough one, yeah. So yeah, we're getting in likely 3 damage here. I can't really see. I guess no, Cyclonic Rift is 2 mana. Not really sure what the pause is here. So
yeah,
the tricky
I'm not
thing.
too sure either. I mean, because he's not playing unsummons or anything, so I'm not really sure.
I will say the tricky thing here being we do have to be careful. Like, while we do have all this burn in our hand, we still just can't fire it off at sorcery speed, other than, of course, Flame Rift. Also, I didn't realize Flame Rift was to each player. That one's going to be a little tougher.
Well, yeah, because if you play it, it needs to be the kill shot. You can't play it beforehand and risk, you do it and then it's like, oh, now I'm staring at all these worms and now I might be dead.
Well, we can also draw.
Okay,
right?
here's the Mystical Tutor.
Okay, that's not a great sign. That being said, if you had a Mystical Tutor anyway and you were going to get the flash, okay, that's probably a worse sign. Because I don't know, our opponent went and got accumulated knowledge. What do you think of this? Does Mystical Tutor get instance? Am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay.
I'm worried.
I'm not really sure I'm not sure what this means.
I'm scared. Daquan, is this it? Is this the end of our attacking?
I think you still have to attack.
Oh yeah. I'm still attacking.
I mean, you've got the shock, even if they do activate the land. So. Yeah, you just go for it.
Let's get some damage in here.
Now, this is big if this attack actually goes all the way through.
If this attack works and this Incinerate works, that's actually it. Not it, but that's enough damage to match the damage in our hand. That being said, it's so unlikely for it to work. Okay. Accumulated knowledge.
Accumulated knowledge that we found.
Interesting.
I thought, honestly, there for a second, he does have 1 copy of Hibernate. Well, that's for green, though, not for red.
That's
so
green.
Never mind. That wouldn't have done anything. Yeah.
Okay. 1 mana. Okay, so Dispel on the Incinerate. So we're a little short, but we're getting really close. So we're going to go down to 10. We have 7 in our hand. So if that Incinerate had resolved, we actually just had all the damage. But it didn't. It was dispelled. So we have 7 damage in our hand and no flash in sight.
This is really close, though, and from the accumulated knowledge, opponents finding a couple extra cards here.
Okay, here's another one. That sort of makes sense why they got it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's what I think happened: is they have flash in their hand, but they don't have the worm, which is why they had to get accumulated knowledge, because that draws the most cards.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm on board. So.
And now it's just draw as many cards as you can to try to dig to a way to get that worm in hand.
Okay.
Well, now we might have. Now we're talking. Like the opponent's
Now
got
we're
5
talking.
cards. Yeah, now
Okay.
we can do something.
We're gonna fire that off, right? Because
I think you do it during your main phase.
okay.
See how much damage you can get on the opponents, and then maybe try to fire off like a Flame Rift or an Incinerate behind it.
Yeah, because as much as we think they don't have the combo like last turn, they did just draw a couple more cards, so
Yeah.
we can't just assume they never have it. So let's do this first. Let's see what happens.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing here.
Okay, I like this. This is good. This is gonna work. Because if they have the flash and they want to keep it, they have to pay 4 life.
Well, yeah, and then that
Which means we
puts
have
him in death range. Yeah,
right.
you're just dead.
Okay, so mill
Mental
to draw
note to mill
cards.
some cards.
Okay, so we're not getting flash this turn. That's confirmed.
Yep. And that's possibly game, depending on if there's
This is exciting.
daisies or something hanging out there.
This is exciting. I'm liking this.
But even with days, though, I don't think it matters.
Okay, what are we doing here?
All right, go
So
to Mystical Tutor.
Mystical
Just trying to
Tutor.
get cards out of his hand at this point.
So can we fail to find?
They could, but Mystical Tutor just puts it on top of the library anyway. It doesn't.
Oh, you're right. Oh, you're totally right. I totally forgot that's what happens. Okay. So, in my theory, they have a flash in their hand. Let's see if I'm right. I was not. They do not have a flash.
They've got double Cunning Wish and Daze.
Okay, and are they discarding them all? It's hard to tell. Discards Cunning Wish.
Still has 4
Discards-
cards in hand. Okay, yeah, went down to 1 card. So
Okay.
yeah.
So, I think if we attack
I mean,
and we
if they
incinerate,
discarded the Daze, then
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you can just win here.
is this lethal? So
Yeah.
4 goes to 6. Attack for.
Oh,
This
it's
is
for
not 6.
5.
This is 5, yeah. But
Well,
but
we had to
the
incinerate though, and the
We're still
opponent's
fine.
hand's effectively empty here.
Yeah, we're Gucci. They got accumulated knowledge on top, so they'd have to draw both flash and worm. But
But
even
it
that
doesn't matter.
doesn't matter exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no outs here really.
And Brandon has done it. That was very exciting. I really enjoyed the like stress of do they have it? Do they have it? And
But that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, when he's building these red decks, like these aren't normal lines of play for an aggressive deck. Like you have to find these weird pockets and holes, and you're playing with these odd cards to make it happen. But it's working.
It's impressive, and I really enjoyed covering this match with you, Daquan. We are just chilling. We got, when you're on the ropes, you want to make sure, is this it? Is this everything I can do? Because right now, ignoring the fact that we know we have Incinerate in our hand, there's also just enough lethal damage on board. So our opponent is still fighting that battle. And once, they might not be able to come out of that tank at all, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It looks like, speaking in chat, that they're not. So not quite resolved on our screen, but I'm willing to call this one here. That does have Sandy Dog likely advancing to the semis with mono red, which means Daquan, our hero, lives to fight another round.
That's what we're hoping for.
We are. It's not.
No,
frozen, it's just
they're
just
chatting here, and yeah, it looks
Okay.
like opponent
We
finally
officially
conceded.
have the results, Sandy Dog winning, and I scanned all the other features. That's actually just it for our quarters. So we're going to do 2 things. One, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone and yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. You're going to take on the wheel and drive us through the semis and the finals. Be sure to go to themythicstore.com, everybody. Sweet, thanks. And 2, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure we are on the same page, get the semis going, and then we'll see you back there. So bye-bye. Cool.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for our semifinals here. And we have another person back in the seat. We swapped out again on you when you weren't looking. So. But I do have a question to ask you, because we talked about some stuff while you were gone.
Oh, okay.
Like, when you're playing a paper tournament and the days go long, like, what snacks do you bring to help you, like, make it through a day at a large Magic event?
Oh, okay. So I have 2 bottles of Honest Tea, half lemonade, half iced tea in my backpack, and Kind bars, which are basically variants on Cliff bars.
Okay, there you go. That's a good one.
And I'll just eat one like every 2 rounds because that makes sure I don't get hungry. And then I also use the bathroom like every 3 rounds or so, you know?
Yeah, and I think that's a thing that a lot of people kind of just forget about at times. You know, you get so wrapped up in, okay, what I'm playing next round, you know, did I sideboard correctly? There's all this stress. But, you know, just as we talked about, I know for a fact I've won 3 or 4 matches, particularly because my opponents were tired or they were grumpy or, you know, they just weren't paying attention toward the end of the day. And it's just like, you just didn't take care of yourself. So I won, but not because I was better or my deck was better, just my opponent was playing terribly, not being in it for the last round.
Well, you had better tournament mechanics, right?
Yeah, that's your better prep.
Yeah. I mean, playing long tournaments is definitely a different skill as well. Not that that's going to be a problem for a while because everyone's at home and it's easy to go downstairs to your fridge and get, you know, your favorite drink or whatever, right?
Yeah. But, you know, I think also some people need to think about that, too, when we're playing all these tournaments. It's easy to get caught up sitting in front of your computer because between rounds, you're like, oh, well, let me go check this thing on YouTube or let me go watch this other person stream while I have like 15 minutes instead of saying like, hey, why don't we go make a sandwich or let me go refill my drink or whatever. You know, it really seems like something small, but people just forget to do it.
Yeah, so sometimes in these online tournaments, I go downstairs and do like 15 push-ups and 30 sit-ups just to get the stress out.
I get it. Like, I get up and just go walk. I mean, I get out, I've gone and walked for 10 minutes, come back to my chair. I mean, I keep this by me, and anybody sees me streaming knows that I probably go through a couple of these a day just sitting them next to me while I'm on the computer.
So it looks like we have a match. We're going to watch Jack Kiefer playing Mono Blue Flash versus Sultai Flash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so okay, it's not quite up yet. He's probably AFK taking a break, like you mentioned. You know, obviously smart. And the other match is Blue Black Flash versus Mono Red. So, I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a quick one. What do you think? Either way.
Yeah, I think the rest of this event, I mean, once we saw the top 8, and it was all Flash decks and a Mono Red effectively, like, we knew we're going to be in for a horse race here. It's gonna be real quick.
I do think maybe the post-board games and some of the Flash mirrors get weird, depending on how many dispels people have. But it looks like both of these people we're watching have 3 main deck dispel. So the game 1 versus game 2 is going to be fairly similar, I think.
Yeah, it's just going to be a game of chicken, right? Like, who pulls the trigger first thinking they have enough counters to get it through. That's really it.
Yeah.
And then credit to Kiefer here, you know, he's one of those players that's kind of, I mean, I don't even want to say up and coming anymore because you've heard his name enough, he's been around enough, you know, but I think he's one of those players that he's around, but enough people still don't know about him and, you know, still don't give him necessarily the credit because he doesn't have the big accolades yet, but like, he's consistently doing well in a lot of these events, both paper and digital. So good for him for coming into a crazy format and still being competitive.
The thing I actually like most about his list is the 2 Flash of Insight, but also the full set of mental notes. There's a lot of incidental value you can get from mental note in his list because you can mill over your AKs, making the AKs in your hand better. Mill over a Flash of Insight, which is basically a free card.
Yep.
And, you know, just cheap cantrips can't really be too bad in this sort of deck, you know?
Yeah, and one of the other things too, I don't think we talked about earlier, is that with him just playing mono blue, he doesn't end up being susceptible to any mana issues or anything else, right? Like, He knows if I can get to just even 3 land or whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna have everything I need every time. I just gotta draw the cards and get there.
Yeah, that's a great point. A lot of these 3-color decks have to play the awkward Mirage fetches, which are not as powerful as the Onslaught or Zendikar fetches, because they do come into play tapped, even though they do let you fetch dual lands. So it usually works, but sometimes it can cause, problems.
Yeah, or even Cities of Brass in some cases, where if your first land or two are City of Brass, I mean, you could end up taking 4, 5, 6 damage over those first couple of turns, and then now you're just dead to 1 attack from the worms.
Yeah, City of Brass is not free, especially versus Tangle Wires or Rashadan Ports.
Definitely. So yeah, this should be pretty interesting here, even though it is, just more Flash Worm. I do think just seeing kind of how they're going to shape their turns, how they're going to try to build their hands, and kind of get ready to fight that counter war, I think is going to be what a lot of these couple of games are going to come down to.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad we don't have the true game of Chicken. When in an accumulated knowledge mirror, it does become an even bigger game of Chicken. I think I referred to that earlier, but that's some of my favorite Magic, to just watch people not cast their AKs, waiting for the other person to do it first.
Yeah, and I really don't blame anybody for not doing it, where you're just like, okay, I'm going to get a card, but then during my imp set, my opponent's going to get 2 cards or more, if they're holding 2 of them in hand. It's like, do you really want to give up that level of value when you're literally just trying to expend each other's resources?
Yep. Yeah, the one thing I like about Lev, I think Duress is really, really powerful, and so is Cabal Therapy in these mirrors, because if you think about it this way, a lot of the counter spells do cost 2 mana, and Duress costs 1 mana, right?
Yeah. And I think that's really where these decks kind of decided what axis they wanted to fight on, right? It's either are we going to go spend those slots on playing more spell counters, or are we going to go with discard? Like, it's kind of, as you look through the decks in the tournament, it's almost like you chose black to play the discard, or you didn't, and you just went heavier on the blue side.
Yeah, that's why I like the Grixis list so much. It actually maximized the number of Duress and Cabal Therapies it played. It had the full 8, so.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do, just to try to be more proactive than reactive. I'm generally the type of person that I like to be the one posing the questions than finding the answers. So I think when you're doing that, and the information you get too, understanding like which counters you need to be playing around, right? Do they have days? Do they have the spell? And that kind of helps you shape your turns to get set up for what you want to do.
All right, it looks like they're loading the match.
All right.
So let's get the fireworks started. Less fire in this one, more in-hand fireworks.
Yeah. Could still be pretty interesting though. This is like, a lot of players are looking to like, I don't know, this is kind of boring Magic or not, but like, this is very intricate Magic.
Yeah.
And I think that's hard for some people to be like, but nothing's happening. It's like, well, it is, but it's going to be really happening in a couple of turns. They're setting up the big turn.
Yeah, it would only be more Legacy if Force of Will were legal. Then you'd see some real fireworks.
Sure.
Fortunately, we only have to deal with Days. Days is still pretty good, though.
Yeah, Days is still great.
Yeah.
And this is pretty interesting here that you have 2 flash in hand.
Yep.
This gives you a lot of wiggle room. Like if you do decide to go for it, or say the opponent taps out for something, you can be like, okay, cool, fire one of these off, see if you have a Daze or not, and then maybe try the next turn.
Yeah, so another interesting thing about that, him being on the play is actually great here, because what you can do on turn 2, oh no, he's not on the play, he's on the draw, never mind. Never mind. If he was on the play, he could just jam it on turn 2 during his opponent's upkeep, because his opponent will only have 1 mana, but
yeah,
that's not the case. Still, I would never mulligan this hand, and obviously Jack's not going to either.
Yeah, you just can't. I mean, when you're holding both parts of the combo and you don't have to hunt for your World Spine Worm, so you kind of have to go for it here.
and you have a free counter to back it up. It's just like it's basically everything you want. And your opponent's casting a bunch of sleight of hands, which is sort of implies that their hand's not quite there yet, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's usually a sign they're hunting for something. That could be a little bit of a problem, though.
That is pretty good. That's like a force spike, but it's on a 1/1, so you can pre-play it.
So yeah, where we saw a couple of matches earlier where the Judge's Familiar didn't do much of anything, here it may actually be very important.
Yeah. So it looks like he probably found the Familiar off of Sleight of Hand, one of the two Sleight of Hands, because if you have the Familiar in hand, you probably just play it on one more often than not.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of tough. You just play your land and pass. I mean, drawing the second World Spine Worm doesn't probably do much here.
No, there are weird corner cases where both of you flash and trade all your 5/5s off. Then whoever's left with the second copy of the combo actually matters. I don't think this game in particular is going to go that way, but it is something that can happen, you know?
That's true.
Because, like, flash worms do actually cancel each other out.
Yeah. So we're not going to really get to try to cast a spell here.
What?
Oh. What? Somebody just concede? What happened there?
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. Like...
Oh. That's why I thought Jack was on the play. Okay. No, that's okay. It's on the players to do it correctly. They can restart the match, and there's no big problem. But we'll just we'll restart. Makes sense.
Man, that's unfortunate. That was actually turning out to be kind of interesting.
Yep. But obviously Jack would rather be on the play, so
absolutely.
he'll get
and he did earn that by the rules, so got to give it to him. All right, we're going to restart and take 2 on this one.
Yep.
All right, let's see what kind of hand we get this time. This one's not as exciting, but still not bad.
Yeah, I don't think you can mulligan this one. I mean, you have Dispel to protect versus opposing flashes. You have 2 cantrips, and you have the Wish for Flash.
Yeah.
So. And there's another Dispel, which is like probably one of the most important game 1 cards as well, or just one of the most important cards, period. And there's that Judge's Familiar, which is also important.
Turn 1. So we're still going to get a pretty interesting game here. And Jack did manage to find another land here, so that's going to at least let him get around the Familiar if necessary.
Yep.
Sleight of hand from the opponent.
Okay, so I was about to say, if Lead didn't play a spell there and just said go, I'm not even sure you're allowed to cast Mental Note.
Yeah.
Because if you cast Mental Note and then they cast Flash, you Dispel and then they crack your Dispel with Judge's Familiar.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling.
Yeah, but it's not ideal for Jack because you're going to have the same problem next turn where you can't really cast Wish.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I guess you're probably not really allowed to cast Wish until you get to 5 lands, which is a really bad feeling.
Yeah, that sounds awful. Like, I feel like at some point you're going to have to try and just not feel good about it.
Yeah.
They're going to try to flash here.
Well, I mean, this is literally a forced play.
Yeah, this feels like the best thing you could try to do here.
So one thing to note, this does free up all of Jack's mana for the next few turns.
Oh, wow. I was thinking the opponent had maybe a daze or something there. But,
yeah, that's possible. If you have a daze, then you can daze and then crack the Familiar for the last one, right? It could just be that the opponent has another Flash.
True.
Or main phase Mystical Tutor for Flash, Slight into the Flash, and cast it.
Yeah, exactly. Go find one now. Yeah. All right.
Nope, just some small birds beating down. Not quite angry.
Yeah, they're just setting it up. Down to 17. All of these World Spine Worms.
That's the danger of putting World Spine Worm in your deck, you know.
Wow.
33 mana worth of green cards in our mono blue deck.
The opponent didn't try to flash, if they had it.
That's interesting.
So
I think that means something. I'm trying to figure out what.
Well, is that the one we... Okay, so maybe we just put another on top, but we're just going to try again here. Go ahead and fire off the Cunning Wish.
Mm-hmm. So I was actually thinking, what if was the case that Lead was bluffing with the first flash? I think it's really unlikely, but you occasionally see that as a test spell sometimes.
That would have been a sick move.
Yeah, but the reason I don't think it was a bluff was he fought so hard over it, right?
Yeah. Okay, here's another one.
You know what Jack's life total is, and you know how much power the opponent has?
Exactly 16.
Yeah, the familiar hits mattered. Ooh.
Oh, he drew a flash of his own. Okay, so now it's just, can you actually get this through?
So our opponent's hellbent, so I think you just main phase it every time here. Don't try to, like, there's no reason to, there's nothing you're really bluffing. Like, they're going to call you every time.
Now, here's the other interesting thing, is because we already have the other two World Spine Worms in hand, now you're just trying to find anything that gets you another flash.
Yeah, this was what I was talking about with, do multiple worm flashes matter? And they do here.
Yep, here we go.
And it's actually easier for Jack to rebuild, I think, because he already has the worms lined up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, interesting. The opponent doesn't even attack with anything but the bird here. Doesn't want to trade off the tokens. Oh, and just sick ripped another flash.
What?
Back to back.
What is going on?
Oh, that is so gross. Yeah, just go for it. Wow.
Yeah, that was with no cantrips, y'all.
Wow. Just did it the hard way.
And obviously Jack attacks here because he has 3 more tokens, so you just want to force all of the trades and then attack. And then
Wow.
I actually think I figured out why Lead didn't attack. Lead has one Cyclonic Rift in his main deck, so if you don't force a trade off and then draw Rift and overload it, it's actually a good scenario for you.
All right, getting in there for what? I mean, the familiar's still trying to do some work here.
Ooh, Sleight of Hand, does that find another flash? No, but it finds a counter spell, which is almost as good.
Yeah, that's actually what you want here. Get in for 15, opponent goes to 5, and this could be the end here.
Could be.
Yep.
Oh, wow. I did not... Jack looked like he was in terrible shape. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you get out of trouble when you can just rip the card you need twice in a row.
All right, so here's something you see occasionally where people will side in their wish targets because they think they won't have enough time to cast wish for the target and have it be relevant. So in particular, Jack sided in the 4th Dispel.
Is some of that also about not having to worry about getting around as many counters? Like saying, okay, I need to get around counters once to be able to go get the thing, and then now my mana's probably going to be tapped or not. Like, what if I just have that spell be the card I'm playing first?
Right. That is also a reasonable point. It looks like Jack sided out 1 mental note for 1 Dispel, which I think is reasonable. None of the other cards are actually that exciting. Like, you can still wish for Memory Lapse if you want a counterspell. It's obviously worse, but it still does the job.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a turn in this type of matchup, though.
Whoa. Jack sided in the Hibernation.
I just saw that, actually.
So a reason to do that is you can Mystical Tutor for Hibernation to bounce all of the worms. I'm not I guess it's fine.
It's an emergency target, it feels like.
Exactly. I'm just questioning if the emergency target should be in your sideboard or in your main deck.
All right, so this hand you do have a sleight of hand, and you have two counter spell.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this seems okay.
Yeah, the games aren't like that fast unless if someone really does have the nuts. Like you saw that game; it was actually a lot of trading, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we finished that when Jack had 5 lands in play and then didn't miss a land until like turn 6, so it went at least 6 turns.
Okay, Mystical Tutor is like pretty ideal.
Yeah. All right, this is shaping up to be a pretty strong hand here.
Yep.
And got a 4th land there, so can even get to where you can start casting your spells and back them up with a counter spell.
Worldly Tutor. All right, so is it going to find the bird or the worm? There's actually merits to both. It gets the worm here, though.
All right, so okay, tapping for a sleight of hand first.
My guess is
3rd land, though. It doesn't look like.
Yeah, my guess is Led's either looking for disruption or the 3rd land.
Okay. Well, they do have a 3rd land. They're just slow about playing it.
Yeah. I again, Led has like Bad River, the blue-black fetch in his deck and stuff like that, so he might have to think about if he wants to play that land this turn because it is a real cost, right?
Yeah, and then what we're going to see here, too, is it can...
There's the
Well,
Bad
there you
River.
go. As you mentioned Bad River, there it is. But it's one of those situations where it's hard to even decide where you can and can't play a spell, because if you're going to be leaning on this counter spell, you do have to be able to fight through, like, miscellaneous other things as well. So you get into a real tight spot here, but it looks like this Mystical Tutor is going to resolve. So the question is, do we just grab a flash?
Yeah, I think the choices are between Flash and Dispel. You have to decide if you want to sort of, push the gas or maintain like a defensive posturing.
I think now that your opponent knows you have it, it also changes the way the game gets played here.
Yep.
And again, I think how we talked about earlier is that this kind of also can create some scenarios, right? Where you start saying, what is the narrative here? When my opponent only spends 1 mana or leaves everything untapped, it's like, okay, well, they know I have the flash now. So what do I do with that knowledge that now that I know that they know what I have? All right, we are going to spend some mana here.
He's reconsidering.
Yep. Thought about it for a second. I said, okay, well, let's try another Mystical Tutor. And that also slips through.
I think that one got a Dispel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you hit a 5th land, that's a threshold of having Flash, Counterspell, Dispel.
Which is pretty powerful.
Yep. I think often these like combo control mirrors come down to like who has exactly the right amount of mana to slip it through,
Interesting. It looked like the opponent kind of pumped faked some land, like they maybe were going to play a duress or something. I don't know what was happening there.
Ooh, another Dispel is a huge pickup, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow. Wow.
I think Jack slams that land so happily right there.
Yep. That's exactly what you were looking for. Okay, it doesn't look like the opponent's doing anything here. All right. And managed to get a 6th land.
Yeah, this is some good old-fashioned draw go.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, opponent's going to try to play Mystical Tutor.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't think you really want to counter tutors too often because they are like inherently card disadvantage in this deck because they put on top of the deck, not into your hand.
Yeah. All right. So then it just comes down to when do we try to go for it?
Mm-hmm.
Like you've now got all the mana you need, you've got all the tools in hand. I guess the question is, Jarvis, like, is there a better situation for this hand that you would be waiting for in the future?
I would have thought no, but now that we're getting our opponent to commit some stuff, it's actually improving for Jack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, an opponent knew about the Dispel, didn't know about the Counterspell necessarily. Another Dispel? I guess you Dispel back.
Yeah, I actually get kind of paranoid in these situations. I just have all my cards target the original spell because I'm afraid that
I'm the same way.
Yeah. It's just kind of if you misclick, it's like lethal. So.
Yep. All right, so they're gonna cast a sleight of hand here. Maybe trying to draw into something else. Okay, now we're getting overloaded on lands a little bit.
Yeah, I think now, given what has occurred, you probably should just like try for it soon. The only way you improve is
spend a flash plus 2 or 3 cards there. I mean,
okay. Well, now you definitely have to do it.
Yeah. All right. Do they have a counter?
I'm partial to that flash art myself. It looks like a ghost coming out of something.
All right. Counterspell and a counterspell.
Ah, it goes through. But
okay.
And the best part is the duress basically gone to waste. I think there was probably a turn where you could have snuck that duress in and not have it go to waste like this.
Yeah, I think so. I think on that, I guess it was 3 turns ago, where the opponent thought about doing it and then didn't. Yeah. And I think that probably would have been one of the best times to go for it.
Yeah, because if you take one of those duresses or the flash or a counterspell, it ends up so much better for you. And now we get to see if our opponent has flash. Oh, nope. I feel really good about Jack's chances now. How about you?
Oh, yeah. Unless the opponent just draws what they need here. This is it. And they're taking a long, slow turn. We're getting slow rolled a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
2-0 for Jack Keither. Pretty impressive stuff. I really like how he navigated those games, and I mean, the Mono Blue deck looked great.
Yeah, I mean, he played the second game very well, and really, honestly, even though he got lucky in that first game, he did play it really well to get into that position of being able to draw the flashes and get out of trouble. So, all right, let's see. What do we have left match-wise? Are we all done? All right. Well, we're going to be ready for the finals here shortly.
So Brandon Burton, Sandy Dog, the Red Mage, red since 2003, makes the finals. Mono Red versus Mono Blue, classic tale as old as time, except this Mono Blue deck can put 15 power into play on turn 2.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a different situation.
Yes.
And, to say this, for the blue deck, it becomes a little bit of an easier matchup because there's nothing stopping you. Like there's no way to interact with your 5/5s really. There's nothing to stop you from resolving a flash. So you can just spend your first couple of turns assembling the combo and then just going for it.
All right. So I think we're going to take a quick break before the finals. But join us back right after that.
Welcome back, everybody, to our finals, where we actually have kind of a battle that's like as old as time. It's 20 mountains versus 20 islands. That's really what these deck lists have. So this should be pretty interesting. What side are you taking here, Jarvis?
I'm going with Sandy Dog, and I believe that's the side we're going to cover, just because I feel like he's actually an underdog in the matchup.
You know, I feel the same way. That's where, when we saw the top 8, I said, this is the one true aggro player in the whole pile.
Yep.
He's coming at the format differently. This is, if I was betting, I'll take the 5-1 or whatever's going on here and just, let's have some fun trying to get there.
Yep.
Yeah, plus, Sandy Dog plays red all the time, knows how to play it better than anybody else, navigates these situations so well. So if anybody's going to have a chance with the mono red deck, I have to say it's going to be him.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. I've battled against Sandy Dog many a time on MTGO, usually versus Mountains.
He's one of those ones that I think for a while people didn't really recognize as an end boss, but then as time went on, everybody's going, yeah, I don't want to play Sandy Dog.
Yeah.
He's definitely a Mitgo end boss, and he's been one for years.
Yeah. All right. It looks like they're setting up the match.
All right. This is going to be a fun one. As we get set up here. And, I think the interesting thing, too, about this matchup is going to be, how do they sideboard? Because all these spell counters and things that, Jack is playing really defensively to force his combo through, he doesn't really need all of that in this particular match. So, yeah, let's go and hop right into it.
Yep. So looking at Sandy's hand, it looks pretty good to me. Maybe one too many lands in hand.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is a tough one. What do you want to throw away? What are you looking for better if you toss this at 6 cards?
Yeah, so his mouse briefly hovered over the mulligan button, but I don't think you can mulligan a hand that has early pressure and 1 burn spell. I mean, the 4th land is pretty bad. I will agree with that, but I think this is on the low. Oh no! Did they mess it up? They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I guess they have to reboot it real quick, but that's okay.
Yep. It happens.
Yeah, it's so easy to just click yes. Of course I want to play it. Why would you even ask me?
Like, oops. So we're coming back to this? What happened here?
I think I think they're just going to have to restart the match manually. Quick. I'm not sure Jack actually saw the message.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. This is probably bad. It's actually, I guess, good for him. Lets him reset a worse hand, I guess. But this is the nature of things in the digital world. We'll hit this every once in a while.
Yep.
Well, that's true. That's true. All right, there they go. They got it figured out. So we're going to start this over here and get it all set properly.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I will say that's interesting, is that with all these digital tournaments, I feel like you're entering this world where we talked about this on my podcast the other day. Like, how many people are playing tournaments now that might not have played them before, whether they have any type of disability or maybe social anxiety or transportation to and from the big events? Like, there's way more events happening on a daily basis now, and more people actually have the ability to play in them. So though, this pandemic has created a bunch of other problems, it actually kind of made one other situation a little bit better.
Yeah, that's a silver lining for sure.
All right. Looks like we're all set to go now.
And more importantly, Sandy Dog managed to click no.
Yeah, true.
All
right. Here we go. We got one mountain in this one, and this is not nearly as good. And with 2 3-mana creatures, you kind of have to toss that.
This is also on the low end, but I would probably keep personally.
Oh, is he going to mulligan again? Oh, he thought about it. Okay.
If the Ashes Zealots didn't have haste, I think you actually do mulligan. But since they do have haste, they're like sort of functional 1-drops in that they do attack on turn 2.
And it is possible he draws a 1-drop here as well, being on the draw. So.
Oh yeah, then that would just make the hand almost ideal, I think.
Yeah. But it'd be interesting to see how Kiefer plays this because, like we were saying before, there's no interference to anything he wants to do here.
So if you notice, Kiefer mulliganed really aggressively as opposed to the last person who played against Sandy, and I think that's probably correct. You just want to get the worm in your hand, then you have a lot of ways to find flash.
Yeah.
So this is a good example of the abuse of the London mulligan, I think.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think you're right. We talk about being able to mulligan down to just the worm, right? You have all these things to find spells. You don't have that many to find creatures. Other than just drawing cards the hard way,
Yep, yeah. Could be a turn 3. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going like, how safe is this?
I mean, I think Sandy's deck is set up in such a way that you can never, ever not attack here.
Yeah, you have to go for it. If they have it, they have it.
Ooh, did you see that? Jack started clicking things.
I did.
Unclicked them. That might be a bluff. It might not be a bluff, but I think Sandy can't afford to bluff ever.
Yeah, I don't think it changes a thing. Yeah. You've still got to go for it.
So one thing you're probably not used to, do you think Ash Zealot has relevant text in this matchup?
Oh, that's... I hadn't really thought about that, actually. This could be a situation where that matters.
Yes, Flash of Insight, flashback.
Yeah?
It will deal damage. The Ash Zealots will deal damage.
I guess if it gets them in a tough enough situation. Sure.
Yeah. But it looks like Jack just Mystical Tutors for Flash, which means to me Sandy's about to be sort of sad. I mean, we have 8 points of burn. Our opponent's at 12.
4 on the table.
So if we draw Flame Rift, I believe it's lethal.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, this basically means, they don't have Flash in hand.
No, the Jack EOT.
Oh, just drew it.
Yeah. So, I think what's going to happen is Sandy's going to have 1 or 2 turns to draw a lethal burn spell.
Yeah, and I guess the interesting thing is here, they can't really afford to attack you with more than 1 worm anyway.
Yep. Well, I think they could have... Well, yeah, it's close. It's close.
Yeah, Sandy's even thinking about it here. Just like, what do you do with these burn spells? Do you even try to just block a worm? Is it more beneficial? They're at 9, so I assume you just have to go with their head. But...
So I was thinking about your comment about attacking with 1 worm versus 2. I think you actually have to attack with 2. If you don't attack with 2, you give Sandy another turn to draw a burn spell.
Fair.
Yeah. So I think it actually works out that way that you have to, and Jack correctly identifies that pretty quickly.
All right, so here comes 1 shock.
So this is clever. If you shock before declaring blockers, you can first strike down 1 of the worms, which actually buys you a bunch of turns. And you usually Sandy figure that out pretty quickly. And a lot of people would block first, then shock, and then get blown up by the Dispel. But if you do it this way, you don't get blown up by the Dispel at least.
Yeah, and honestly, it's even better because he keeps the larger of the 2 damage spells.
Yep.
Because I think there's a lot of people who may actually try to incinerate and then just block with 1, whereas you get the same effect just if the shock resolves.
So you can see, because Jack attacked with both, 15 minus 4 is 11.
Yep.
If it had only dealt 5, it would be 15 minus 4 is only 11, which is not lethal. So interesting. This is the same situation except in aggression. So you do have to attack first to induce the block. You can never incinerate first.
I mean,
It's
if there's
fun.
another counter, okay, there wasn't. It did resolve.
It's funny. The same thing happened once on blocking, once on attacking.
All right, this matters though, right? Because here,
Oh
here's
no,
the spell
nothing
guys.
mattered. Okay,
Didn't matter.
Jack just knew he had Sandy in a corner with that counter spell. But
Smart play.
I do like how Sandy played it on both blocking and attacking, and I do like that Jack did not. He knew what mattered.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely a case of two really good players knowing the structure of the turn and the game state. Saying, just like you're saying there, like Jack could have saved a 5/5, but he knows it doesn't matter. Just let it die, sit on the spell counter. Sandy's down to one card, and you can make sure that card's not relevant at all to changing the outcome.
Right. The mana clashes, the volcanic hammer, and gutter snipes are going.
Yeah, those mana clashes are back out again.
Yeah, I think it's kind of awkward. I think Sandy probably would have preferred not to play gutter snipe, but there were probably not too many good options for literally mono red.
I mean, think about this though. Like he did this with cards he's siding out effectively every match. Like every game. Like almost always it's been the mana clash, and the majority of the time it's been gutter snipe. So he effectively has like 6 cards that he just hasn't wanted in his deck all day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. If you upgrade those mana clashes to crash throughs, I think his deck operates so much better.
True.
Yeah. A staple of some standard decks and prowess in modern.
Yeah. Yeah, got to give credit where it's due. I mean, you're basically playing down 6 cards in some matchups and still getting it done.
All right, so now Sandy does get to be on the play legitimately. This is a close one.
Oh, man. What he wouldn't give for even one more land there.
Yeah, I think that's a very responsible mulligan. This hand's worse, I think.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are wondering at home, the problem with this hand is that it's actually better for red to deal a bunch of creature damage first, then use burn spells to finish your opponent off. This is sort of off plan, but I think he's kind of hoping that Sirocco just does so much damage that it'll work out.
Yeah, that's true. If Sirocco even does say 12 or so, that would go a long way.
Yeah.
Especially when you're holding, Flame Rift, Incinerate.
Yeah, so obviously there's one very clear decision. Do you play Sirocco or do you play Ash Sell It?
I think it's got to be Sirocco.
I think so as well.
This is one of the few opportunities you're going to get, and you don't have to worry about a Dispel or anything.
Yeah, you only have to worry about daze, but they're dazing that at least they lose their land drop.
Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells.
Yeah, so you have to discard at least one, otherwise you literally die.
Yep.
Beyond that, it's more debatable what you should do. I think probably he's going to discard the second flash, which it looks like he did because that doesn't do much. And he discarded counter spell. It tells you on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because this is a hand where you do have flash, but you don't really have any other ways to find the worm.
Right. I think he's more thinking about if Boomerang is worth it or not, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and that's interesting too, right? Because your opponent didn't play a 1-mana thing. They didn't play a 2-mana thing, but they probably wouldn't if they had Sirocco anyway. This is going to be your best chance to get it in for max damage. So you're kind of just making, a decision with weird information there, just going like, hey, I'm just going to keep it in case.
So this actually worked out well. Sandy effectively dealt 8 damage and made Jack discard 3 cards for 1 in a red.
Yeah.
They don't really print cards like that anymore. So the other thing is, I think Jack kept the Boomerang because he respects Ensnaring Bridge.
Oh, that makes sense. All right, well, here I guess you just run out the Ash Zealot.
Yep.
I mean, you effectively know what the opponent's hand is at this point.
Whoa.
Oh, see? This is the difference between me and Sandy, right? This is why he's there and I'm here. He's just like, you know what? Take 4. We're just gonna burn you out. You don't have any spell counters that I can see, so let's do it. Oh wow, another Sirocco.
Yeah. So cleverly, Sandy sets a stop draw step because that minimizes the amount of options that Jack has to spend mana. Because if you let Jack get another land out, he could potentially just unload 2 instants.
Yeah. So this is actually going to be a interesting finish depending on what Jack draws here.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so we're going to Jack's draw step. He got his cards. Casting Sirocco does not resolve.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is wise.
All right, and Sandy's now got a ton of damage in hand here.
Yeah. So going back to the Flame Rift play, I think Sandy did that because he valued the creature more. If he wanted to get something counterspelled, he wanted to get the Flame Rift counterspelled. But he didn't want to play Incinerate because that dies so easily to Dispel. So it's a matter of just trying to line it up in a way that's advantageous for you.
Okay. All right, so I guess we're just going to run the Ash Zealot back again?
Yeah, makes sense to me. And now you know Jack has Flash plus Unknown. So, I mean, what Sandy's thinking is,
That's not good.
Actually, might be okay.
I mean, I guess it'd just be a counter of some variety.
Okay, so we're gonna have to redraw this Ash Zealot, I guess.
Fair.
We much prefer that to our opponent drawing World Spine Worm that turn.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting though. At some point, well, I mean, I guess it's consistent damage. You just keep running it out there. Like eventually, it's going to stick one of these times.
Yeah, if you get it to stick once, you have 2 Incinerates, which is going to be your opponent's life total.
All right, here we go. Goes into the red zone, gets in for 2, puts the opponent at 6. Drawing and doing nothing. All right, and a Flame Rift, just more damage on top of everything else. Attack for 2.
Yeah.
Put the opponent to
4, which is Flame Rift.
Now the question is, do you Flame Rift versus doing the burn spells? Because if you use Flame Rift, you go to 12, and if something doesn't go your way, you do die to worms.
Well, if Flame Rift resolves, your opponent's dead, so I don't think that's a worry.
Well, that's true. I guess that's not going to be a thing.
Yeah, the real question is, do you actually play Flame Rift because of days like that? Yeah. I think it's really responsible not to play the Flame Rift there. All right, now...
An extra land's a nice bonus. Doesn't do a whole lot here, other than maybe give you ways to work around days, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's pretty relevant, though. I like
You're gonna
this.
Lava Darts?
Yeah, Lava Dart's lethal because you just
this makes sense anyway, because if they counter the dart, you could replay it. You have an Incinerate to try as well.
And you know he has Flash in hand as one of the cards, so he can't counterspell both of your burn spells.
Yep.
Oh, and Ash Zealot dealing 3 damage to Sandy because it's flashbacked.
Yep.
This is what I was talking about with the Flash of Insights.
All right. We're going to go to a third game here. I can't imagine much changes here from the sideboard.
Yeah, probably not.
Interesting too. I don't think we saw Sandy bring in the graph.
No. I think you want that versus decks that are trying to grind you out. But every single match we've seen Sandy play, his opponent's trying to put 3 5/5s into play by like turn 2 or 3. I don't think you want Grafted Skullcap in those.
Oh no! It's just the way the format was built. I think with all the flash decks, like though it seems like a good idea, there's just not enough decks you're going to run into where that's a thing.
I could see citing that in versus like a white-blue control deck, actually.
That's fair.
Yeah. And there were a few of those lurking about the tournament, but I think they all like eventually died out till
Yeah,
flash
I think
decks.
there was one that made it to round 4 before being eliminated that I saw. It's funny, chat's there trying to figure out what Sirocco by definition means.
I feel like it's just like, I don't know. It's from Mirage, so it's probably desert related in some way.
It is. It has to do with the wind.
Oh. So it's like a hot wind or something, I guess?
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. So I think we're just waiting on Jack to make changes at this point.
I wonder if Jack is just going to aggressively mulligan to well, let's find Worm again.
I think that's got to be the best plan.
I think he kept that hand because it had Boomerang for Ensnaring Bridge, if I had to guess.
Yeah, because that hand really didn't have much else going on. You know, just double flash, but that doesn't matter greatly in this matchup because one flash is just as good.
Yeah, Sandy's going. Well, Sandy went to 6. I think it's more debatable if you mull this hand, but I guess he's going to 4.
Oh
right.
no! Oh no!
This is like almost ideal for 4 cards, I think.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, it looks like the right decisions, but man, that's not where you want to be.
Yep.
But if you win this, you do have some bragging rights.
Sirocco is maybe a good draw. You do need another land.
All right, mental note. Really just to draw a card here.
Yeah, the times where you draw days and you actually want a days means you should just mental note in response, I think. But all right, now we're put to the test. Do we just die effectively on turn 2?
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're attacking. I mean, get in there for 2.
Yeah, you're not going to win by not attacking.
All right, do they flash? He's stabbing 1, 2.
Oh
yep,
my gosh.
That's gonna do it.
Oh my gosh. Sandy's very sad. I don't think any Sandy's like 7-card hands beat this either.
Yeah.
Nope. No.
Nope.
The problem is, even if you draw Ensnaring Bridge in your opener, you're basically dead before that happens.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying there. Like, it's one of those matches where there's 0 interaction to whatever you want to do. So if you can get it set up on turn 2 or 3, it just puts the red player in such a bad spot. So, but credit to Sandy Dog really for even getting to the finals. I mean, you know, whether a crazy situation with all the flash decks, ended up also, you know, as we saw, siding out the same cards all day, so played with cards he probably didn't even want, and still almost won the tournament. So good for him. And then credit to Kiefer as well for taking the whole thing home with the mono blue version, or well, effectively mono blue version of the World Spine flash deck.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out today, for having me back, because I know I missed the last one, so it's fun to be back hanging out with everybody doing some casting. If you want to catch me any other time, I do stream on Twitch at Power Dragon, POWRDRAGN. I'm usually on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, 9 p.m. to midnight Pacific time, though I've been doing at least one afternoon stream during the week where we play Jackbox games just for a change of pace, and everybody's having a good time. Right. Otherwise, check me out on YouTube. Same thing under Power Dragon, where I have Magic videos up every single day. And I have a podcast called Color of Magic, which I think we're 45 episodes in, so feel free to check that out.
Nice. I also stream, not as much as you. Usually when I feel like it, because I work like 9-hour day job, so some days I'm too tired. But usually Mondays, Thursdays, sometimes Wednesdays. I usually stream Legacy, Modern, or Pioneer, so older formats. Occasionally Vintage. twitch.tv/JarvisU. You can find me Twitter, JKYU06, and YouTube, JarvisU. If you like old formats, I'm probably your person to watch. But also a shout out to the Mythic store. They run tournaments nearly every day if you want to check them out. They're great. I've known Pascal forever. He's a great guy, and his store is great. So check out his stuff. Check out the store stuff. And there's going to be next weekend. There's going to be a Arena Community Cup historic event run through the Mythic Society. So check that out. And I believe there's also going to be a set roulette run next month. The announcement date should be September 12th or 13th. I don't remember which.
September 12th.
Yeah, September 12th, and then the tournament will be run the Sunday afterwards. Yep. So it's going to be great. Check out all of those events, and we're happy to be here.